Oh. Give me a second if anybody's here. Uh, damn, so much work to try to join a guild. God damn. Oh. God damn. Give me a second, y'all. Huges. Rank. Masteries. Alright, did that. Huges. Wrap. Playtime. How do you see playtime? Ah! Oh wait, no, that's good. I want to open all the fucking test 1 2 3 test 1 2 3. Make sure this bit's still working. Yeah, sorry about that. I need to lay down for a little refresher. How many? Oh wait, I meant to look at this. Sure, I'm gonna get something good here. It's the huge right here. Okay. Wait, whoa. Who the fuck is that? I need to get rid of that motherfucker. What the fuck? I do not remember adding a guy named KK member. That's way too close. Um, oh wait, I didn't even see how many prison keys I got. Oh, I got 37. Cool. 37 chances to get a huge. Alright, hold on. I gotta change this. Still a good bit, but I've got to change my... Okay, there we go. God damn. gay. How do you see shit? Oh, is it? W. Speaking of live streams, oh my fucking god. Dog. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Um, how do you see their fucking... Fuck? View profile description. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? How do I see my playtime? What the fuck is this? Chat. What the fuck? Let me do this. Give me a second. What the fuck? Slash home. Verify RoPro user. Oh, great. Code can only contain emojis. What? How do I... What? Give me a second. What does it mean it can only contain emojis? Let me do this on my phone, because this is gonna piss me the fuck off. Because what the fuck do you mean? You can only type emojis. Yeah, I know, bitch. This how I do it? What up, man? Why is your name Sigma from Ohio? I think that's the better question we should be asking right now. I'm gonna be real. You better watch out. See, the issue with that is I'd be able to smell him and his gang from 3 miles away. I think that's the issue. I think that's why I'm not scared. Oh no. Yes. You guys have a distinct smell. I can tell when one of y'all are here. Family? What's this, Fast and Furious? Yeah. You have an aura, but that aura is green and it has flies. Yeah, I am laying in my bed playing Pet Simulator. What about it? When did I last shower? This morning. See, I might be fat, but I'm clean. Bennett tried to take me from my guild whenever I was in it. Funny enough. I was in, I ended up joining his. I love Benny. But I was in the guild with, the fuck? Oh shit, whoops. I was in a guild with him and, or I was in Lehman, and I got accepted into Lehman at 5:21. At 5:22, Bennett Arthur messaged me, "Yo, you want to join the guild?" Bennett ain't shit. At least you know you fat. I know. That's why I'm trying to, you know, also help you and let you know you stink like shit. Disrespect. I can answer that question if you can answer why he likes children. I'll answer that. But you gotta answer my question first. A blanket crunchy? Nah, I get your mom to do my laundry every day. Why am I even checking? What the fuck does that mean? I'm the one who likes children. Nah, I'm good. I actually think everybody under 18 is dumb as fuck and stinks like shit. Because y'all are still going through hormones. Meanwhile, I'm an adult, so I'm with your mama, I make that hormone. Amen, brother. That all you can say? No. Like, you ain't gonna dispute it? You just gonna say I'm projecting? Anything besides that, my boy? See, it doesn't work because I already told you that's yours. So you gotta come up and be original for once. I'm sorry. And also, how you gonna say I'm the one that likes kids? I literally have a 30-minute video of Cat of 50 God trying to fuck Hazel Lynn when she was 16. If y'all want the YouTube link, I could send it to you. Yeah, message me on Discord. Trigger warning, this was from, what is it? This was from 2022. So, the gameplay, yeah, and I don't have your shit. Because, you know, I talk to other people. So I don't currently have your shit here. I was not in a call with him. I haven't been to Skyblock Discord in a while. Well, it's more like 26, but yeah. Yes, you will. All I'll say is you are going to see terrible cheating gameplay from me. This before I got 30 dayed. I still hate dungeons, so. Oh yeah, I was going to open up these things. Give me 1 second, fellas. God, Lord, please, can I get a huge? The 1 in 600 chance. That's a really good chance. Please, Lord. Lord have mercy. Wait, holy shit, I got a lot of void keys. What the fuck? Holy. How many prison keys do I got left? I'm gonna go roll. I'm gonna go spend some void keys after this too. Jesus Christ. And I got 21 left. 21. 21. Can you do something for me? Can you hit a little rich flex for me? 21. How many? Send me 4 mil and then I'll calculate. Send it to lean cuisine meal. So. Oh, I got it! Yay! Yay! I got it, team! Yay! Yay! This is gonna be the cheapest huge in history. Especially if they're keeping this update, that is. Get a second one. Actually, I want to clip that real quick. Hold on. I just want to clip that because I want to see. Alright, give me a second. When did I just get it? Was it right here? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to watch the replay. Okay, hold on. Hold on, give me a second. What the fuck? Where the fuck is it? Alright, cool. I found it. I just want to see if getting it is a different color orb. Alright, so I walked over. Oh no. It literally is nothing. Okay, cool. Alright. Time to send you. What's your in-game name, by the way? I should have asked that first. I'm not sending you shit. Why the fuck is that your name? What is wrong with you, man? Alright, so they're 55k per. I'll just give you 100, I don't care. You unironically watched him at that age? Wait, how old are you now? Wait, time out, time out. How old are you now? You're lucky. You're the least annoying 14-year-old I've ever met. While streaming, that is. What's your secret? Or, I guess you... Nah, you good, man. I'm just surprised. Because you have not acted like any other children that joined stream. So it took me by surprise, I'm gonna be real. What do you mean I don't have one? Wait, what? Yeah, usually 14-year-olds... No, shout out to you then, because usually 14-year-olds are like, yo, I edge to your streams. Like, can you die in real life? Hey, mobbed, I just got the pet. I got the huge from the cell. Fuck you. Oh. Yeah, like I said, I was just kind of confused for a second, because I'm like, why are you actually not... Dog, you weren't here earlier? There's a kid that was, like, asking advice and everything, talking about the game, all that, yada yada yada, and then he decides to drop the bomb and say, I'm in 4th grade, by the way. I'm like, oh, really? Banned? Bye? The fuck do you mean you're in the 4th? Get the fuck out my stream! The fuck are you talking about? Why would you, first off, why would you say that? Like, he said that like I wasn't gonna ban him. Yeah, I forgot it was YouTube. So, what is... Hold on. Let me ask. Or let me look. How old do you have to be to have a YouTube? There's no way he found my stream from YouTube Kids. Okay, I will not acknowledge that. I refuse to believe that. Like, a lot of today's been terrible with kids. I can't tell you how many kids have joined and been like, yo, give me free shit. Which, like, with you, like, you've been respectful most of the time. You're like, hey, could I buy some keys? Like, I'm gonna help out people that aren't annoying, right? Like, you're like, you weren't like, hey, could I have free keys? You're like, hey, how much can I buy? That's why I gave you a shit ton extra, because I'm like, alright, he didn't beg. Cool. Wait, what grade are you in? What? Oh, you're in ninth grade, aren't you? Right? Oh, so let me ask this. Are you born in July or August? Good shit. Trust me, man, I get it. I was born July 28th. Trust me, I was always the youngest. I was 17 when I graduated. Trust me, I get it. That shit sucks too, cause like, dog, why the fuck do... I always hated that, cause I always wanted to have school when it was my birthday, cause I'd be able to get the day off. That shit never happened. That shit always pissed me off. Yeah, you see, like, that shit was ass. I hated that shit so goddamn bad. Oh, see, you're lucky then. See, mine was literally like, at my school, we started in early August. Like, we get out in May, and we go back in, or no, not May, June. We go back early August. So, 2 weeks into school, it's my... Oh, shit. Wait, what's tomorrow? May 20... See, y'all get more time off than I did. Fuck y'all. This video... Okay. This video isn't that bad. Alright, so him saying I don't care... So, him saying I don't care if she's underage, the younger the tighter. You condone that. That gets a Bennett Arthur certified stamp of approval. I just want to clarify real quick. I'm just curious. Like, you heard that and you were like, oh, this is a banger. Classic Catafit. Yeah, just cause... I mean, you could say the same thing. Classic Jeffrey Epstein. It, it don't make it right, man. I want you to type it. I want you to type out what Catafiti God said, and then I want you to follow it with, Bennett Arthur approves the message. Yeah, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. What? Catafiti got a weird case. Why is he around? I think he's Jewish as well, isn't he? He lives in Israel. You want to know how that call even happened, though? No, no, no. I want you to put the full phrase. I don't care if she's a minor. I want you to put that full phrase. Don't cut off the one part. I want you to type that part too. But you want to know how that video even came to be? So back when I used to cheat, my favorite mod was a Ringo. That was the best mod, hands down. I ended up, I was in IRC chat. I loved IRC chat because I used to always go in there, change my name every week to one of my friends' name, who was also cheating, and I'd just be in there shit talking. Like somebody'd be like, "Hey guys, how are you doing today?" I'd be like, "Shut your bitch ass up," and I would argue with them and be like, "Oh, report me then, pussy. If you really bad, report my account, pussy." But I was in there late at night. You still cheat? Amen, brother. I cheat on this game for sure, but you're allowed to. So, but basically, at the end of the day, I did or what is it? I put my Discord link in the IRC chat, and I said, "Yo, join up. Cat of 50 Gods here," and only Hazel Lynn joined. That's what happened with that video. Aw. How many more of these keys I got anyway? Cat of 50 Gods my father. I don't think my father agrees with children dying. Girl, I don't think so. Cat of 50 Gods, like, anytime I'm in a call with him, it feels like he chose me as his Make-A-Wish person. What? That if I'm not joining your Discord server, bud. I mean, it feels just like Skyblock, to be honest. There might be older people playing Skyblock, but it's generally just the same. I'm gonna keep it real. It's literally the same exact thing. Can you do something? I'm falling asleep. Good. Don't wake up from it either. Yes, I shall put on a show for the one known as Sigma from Ohio. The disabled co-op of Bennett Arthur. Yeah, these streams aren't Skyblock. Boo-hoo. If I was doing Skyblock, I would just be powder mining. It's both the same boring shit. Yes, they are classics. That's how I got mine in 99. Ohio Sigma. Well, that isn't your name, so sure. I don't know who that is, but actually, you might be that fourth grader I banned earlier. You talk just like him. It's also best for key mastery as well. It's also best for that. That's not your username, so I don't believe you're telling the truth. I'm gonna be real. Good. The IQ of my stream went up. What up, boys? How you doing? I don't know. I'm 25. Good job. Speaking of me being 25, I get to show y'all this. I think that kid, if I'm not mistaken, that kid that was in my stream that I had to ban, he knew about this, but I've got to show y'all. I can't lie. Not this, obviously, but y'all might know who this is. Do y'all know who Lanky Box is? Or no? Y'all know who that is? Oh wait, wrong. When I tell you, they make the most slop I've ever fucking seen. Like, it's transcended being cringy, and it's beautiful. Oh, I gotta help him. I gotta subscribe.
Hey Justin, let's play
What is the thumbnail? That's me when I was like 11.
Flappy Merch. All right. Justin, ooh! It's Justy EXE. Here we go, guys. Woo! All right. Oh man. Will the giant foxy mystery box win? This is lit. Great job. Yeah. Get Lanky Box merch from your favorite stores. Hey. Gross.
One more.
No way. No. Here we go.
I want to meet the person who does this for them. Because this is generational brain rot. I don't think you understand. The guys that make this, right? No! Stop. People that make that, right? They are 28 and 29. It is alleged that they make $100,000 a day. There's kids in the comments that I'll see because I follow them on TikTok, right? I follow them on TikTok because they post the same shit there. And everybody in the comments is just like posting Lanky Bucks biting the curb in 4K. But then there are people that will be there and be like, I miss the old Lanky Box content. And I'm like, what do you mean old content? The fuck are you talking about? Matter of fact, hold on. We gotta lock in. Hold on. No, I'm gonna keep that open. Social Blade. Oh. Which one y'all want? 42 billion? What? Dog, their Twitter ratio is atrocious. 108th in subscribers. The last 30 days, they've gone up 1 million. 818 million views, and the monthly earnings is... Oh my god. July, they had 2.69 billion views. In January, they had 1 billion views. Again, what's going on? Because I don't think you realize as well. Hold on. Let's go to their channel real quick. Because everything they do is just merch, right? LankyBox merch. I don't think you realize when you go to the pet sim, what is it? When you go to the pet sim, if you go to Walmart and buy like shit for pet sim, their shit's right next to it. Like fleece blanket, like only children are buying this. I am not joining your mailing list. Like, who the fuck is this? Milky the plush toy? Thick Shark? Sticky and Canny? Rock plush? Oh, dog, how much shit do they have? What the fuck? Oh, I gotta see their YouTube, or I gotta see their Facebook. Wait, no, 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 no. No, 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 never mind, never mind, never mind. It was about to say my name. Oops. Oh, I gotta see the questions. If somebody donates me the money, I will go to Walmart and buy their shit. Oh, freebies. Oh, wow. Thanks for the coloring book. Oh, can I? Oh, wait. I can get a merch background? Which one do I get, y'all? Which one do I get? Which one we feeling? Play, dream, explore. Dream? I love cock. I know. Oh, mini game. Yo, they got a mini game. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. Donut Quest? Wow. Whoops, I already fucked up the first date. Think about what you just said? Yeah, and did you see I didn't even try? I just said I love cock. Oh, there's double jump? I'm not playing this anymore. Alright, so, wait, shop all. Did I press shop all? I don't think I did. Okay, awesome. Oh my fucking god, we found— Dog, look how long this is. Scented squishy? Scented? Oh, so they're just selling fat fetish shit. This is just fat fetish. It's just fat fetish. They made everything fat. Also, I don't like Foxy mask. Oh, I need one of those. Apparel. Okay, here we go. Foxy. I don't even need the tail. I got one at home already. The reason I think they're able to do this so well, by the way, is that they look like children still. Yeah, too bad young Sheldon got shot. Oh wow. See what I mean? They look young, except whatever the fuck cancer he has right there. Like they still look pre pre prepubescent. Prebescent. Is it what I'm dumb. Hey, I'm gonna be real. Oh my god, the hoodies are more expensive for kids. That's fucked up. Skipping to the. Oh my god, what size? Yo, what size can we go up? Aw, damn. Wait, hold on. New. How? What size can we go to? Dog, I saw someone on Twitter try to get a. Why is there other options? What? Oh, it's sold out. Oh, my fault, y'all. It's sold out. Oh, oh, let's see what's all sold out. That isn't. Okay. You can still get the butt plug outfit. That's not sold out. Rocky dress up. Not sold out. Okay. Rock and roll t-shirt. That's not sold out. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. I should probably change it from adult large. Oh, wait, is that the only one? How do I change the size? I don't want to be a adult anymore. Because I gotta see what the children's size is. Youth, small. Wait, which one is sold out then? What? Youth, small, youth extra small is sold out. Oh my fucking god. Extra small. The extra small one's out. Oh my god. All of these are sold out. So youth, all the, all, everybody had to go get all the others. This sold out. Alright, let's see the hoodie. Oh, everybody, there's plenty of them. Dog, the fact that adult large is out, adult sizes is out. Alright, boxy hoodie. Okay, all of it's still there, good. Youth extra small, so for the actual toddlers. If you're watching Lanky Box, you probably aren't in school. I'm gonna be real. Youth extra small? How small do you gotta be for that? Genuinely. Youth small, what are length 15 inches. I'm a 32 for length t-shirt because I'm 6'1". So half my Tally is 4'2". She's 4'2" wearing a small. So smaller than this. Very pretty child though. Get your money, girl. Fuck it. I hate this kid already. I hate his haircut. Oh my god. These two, youth, medium, and large. Oh, so the fat ass kids bought this one. Stick and canny. Youth small, youth medium, and youth large. Up all. Oh, reviews. Donuts! 5 stars! Hoodie! Great hoodie! Sticky hoodie! No. 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 Most recent? Alright. Lanky Box video. This is new, guys. Be sure to get it before. Dog, they have merch for everything. None of that sold out. Okay, cool. Boxy and Boxy hoodie. None of this is sold out. Yeah, let me get this small fucking shirt or hoodie for 40. That was originally 49. Oh, onesie, yeah. All the hood wants. Oh, they got double XL. They got my size, y'all. They got double XL for me. This is my face when I get a onesie. I can't believe this. Yeah, I got distracted. I got kid brain. Wait, what up? Oh, everything is sold out but adult large. Oh my fucking god. Oh, the bruh t-shirt. That's got to be sold out. It isn't? Okay. Foxy the donut t-shirt. Youth extra small and adult small? Who the fuck is buying what adult? No, I'm just so amazed at this. That's literally it. Like, every single one of their videos, by the way, has a merch plug in it. Justin Plushie. Oh, I don't even know why I look. These aren't sizes. Is this sold out? Would it say if it's sold out on the page? Or do I have to click it? Dog, how much money did they have to pay for this? Limited stock sold out. How the fuck did they get this collab? Oh, speaking of which, by the way, guys, hold on. Give me 1 second. Y'all gon' this has basically been confirmed, by the way. Before I show this, I just want y'all to know. It's basically been confirmed. Where the fuck is it? Oh yeah. Let me give me a second. They've essentially confirmed it, by the way. Now, if we talk about greedy, is this person Preston? This man's greedy. Oh, oh, I gotta see what song this sings. Is there the 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 milk song?
Box back in the studio.
27 million views 2 years ago. This is how you know children are watching it. The like ratio to views is atrocious.
Let's go. Two best friends just talking a song about milk, you know? Hey, they thought we were cringe. We were at 2%. We even give them the whole cringe. You know what I mean? Whole milk. Whole milk. Let's go. Milky milk, milky milk, milky, milky milk. Woo! Milky milk, milky milk, milky, milky milk.
Nope. Nope. We getting our fathers back on this one. We getting old lanky box with this one. Song hits harder than Des. The crowd goes mild. I'm not watching that anymore. Oh yeah, absolutely. I would do worse shit than this for that much. Limited. See, look, Sandy. How did they get him? How did they get a SpongeBob collab? Of course, Squidward and wait, Foxy. Foxy mini plush. Oh, it's just a mini plush you can put on your backpack. Small keychain for fucking Lanky Box X PJ bot. What the fuck's a PJ bot? It's sold out, so who cares? Gecko, limited time, sold out. The Stick and Canny and you plush. Ghosty, Carapace, shell removable. Milk Bunny X. Yo, ooh, Milky thick. Ooh, god damn. God damn, Milky. I didn't know you had that guy at. Damn, Milky. Sorry. I don't know why they gave got that thing tooted up like that. I'm gonna be real. Sold out. Foxy X, Kiss, Foxy X, Huggy Wug. Oh, all the digital circus shit. I still don't know what that is. I'm gonna be real. All this shit's sold out. Freebies. Yo, here's some free shit, dumbass. By the way, this doesn't include their Walmart. This does not include their Walmart shit. Lanky box. Oh wait, no. This. Mystery plush. Golden mystery. Lanky box. Mystery box. Oh my fucking god. Oh? No. Absolutely not. It's over. Nope. Not looking at that anymore. I will actually have an aneurysm. No! No, not that song! Turn that shit off. I, 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 I'm a, I'm amazed. I genuinely don't know what to say. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna keep it real. They might be the biggest hustlers in history. Because I genuinely can't understand why. Who's still here, by the way? I'm just checking. Who's still here? Alright, have a good one, Classics. Appreciate you dropping by, though. Sleep well. There's a guy I want to watch in a minute that I'm gonna put on while I grind. Basically, it's a guy that hasn't left. Thank you. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Sleep well, my man. No, this isn't good, YouTube. Let me go ahead and preface that by saying that. This isn't good, YouTube. Give me a second. After these keys are done, I'll put on some good YouTube. Give me another huge game. You know you want to. Alright, I'm already not gonna listen to what you said, because you said mother flipper. So first off, let's start there, buddy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna open it and listen to it on stream.
What up, y'all? This annoying no other flipper cat of 50 guy won't shut the fuck up about me reviewing his profile. I can't handle this. He's been like asking all damn day. I already know stock shit, but I'm gonna have a little fun too. So if you don't know who cat of 50 god is, he showed me I is the last guy I showed in the video. Yesterday, cat of 50 god's worse. I first met him because he hit cat of 50 with 2,000 secrets, So he used to go into the server that we were in, or that I had. And I remember one day we accidentally.
Did you just copy word for word my fucking video? No shot. I refuse to believe you sat down and did that. Please tell me I'm misunderstanding. Oh, did you?
They gave him the wrong role because like a lower role had the same roles as like admin and within
Why you? How you already? How you fumbling the script? You sound nervous. Don't be a pussy.
5 minutes. He banned 50 people. He renamed the server and changed the profile picture to racial slur. And he messaged like 100 people before we had to get rid of him. And also, as well, is he has a lot of cats phrases, and I have 4 of them here today that I'd like to play. You're just a blank catch. Oh, you're masturbating. Now, all right, that's number one number. Two, bro,
Number one number.
bro. The
Supposed to
girl
play a
just
clip of
fingered
him.
herself
Supposed to play a
in the
clip of
mic,
him.
bro. I don't care. I can't. This
Who
is
the fuck is that guy in the background?
so good. So that's number two. Number three, he wants that mediocre blank of, and then
Blank. Oh, you a pussy.
and then the one to bring it all together. I once that cook so hard in our poo yes. It's actually down be a blank minor. I don't care if they minor, they
It's me, you big bitch. You sound European, so automatic L.
younger the tighter. So that's who we're dealing with right
Nope, nope, wrong. You said the wrong thing.
now. I thought I would play those to give you a little background if you don't know who he is. He also loves saying the N word, but I digress. Now,
Oh,
loves saying the N word.
oh, that's a soundbite. Appreciate it. New sub alert. That's a new soundbite. Appreciate it, my boy. Even worse.
But I digress. Now, this blank, ever since I posted the video of Bennett yesterday, this person has been goddamn messaging me all goddamn day to look at his profile. So I said, blank it, I
Blanket.
need to see what my boy's been up to. He changed his I and the Kata 65007. Let's check how the blank you aren't a real person. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Blank, you aren't a real person. 0 I guess he can call himself that now. Oh my blank god, how many runs? Oh my god, he only does dungeons. That's the thing. Secrets are run 16.35. Yeah, that boy cheats. No, he doesn't. I can just let you know that right now. What? Why the blank is that yellow? What dog? When the blank did you get so rich? Oh, that's I remember that I was in the call when he made that account because you were banned. All right. Oh my god. Is it okay? Cool. I Snow Dog get one. That's all I got to tell you. I don't want to hear blank from y'all. Best
I love this video. Thank you for that fan video. Love my fans. I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking hilarious. That's so goddamn stupid. Why the fuck am I laughing? So goddamn dumb. What the fuck? I'm glad you did that, because now I'm gonna start doing that. I'm about to, I need to find someone to do that to. I'm gonna be real. Who's gonna be my victim?
With that serious.
Okay.
Chances are that you have no idea who Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman are. Well, in that case, sit tight while I fill you in on the details of their shenanigans. And believe me, there's a lot to get through with these two, and most of it's nuts.
Today we're presenting some very serious allegations against Senator Elizabeth Warren. She was involved in a very explicit relationship with a male escort who stands to my left side, a decorated U.S. combat veteran, somebody who served our country, a war hero, truly. I don't think this is a funny thing.
You're probably wondering what's happening here. What you're watching is footage from a press conference in which Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman promised to expose Senator Elizabeth Warren for an extramarital affair involving this guy, Kelvin Willey, who claimed to be a male escort.
Senator Elizabeth Warren first secured my services from a website called Cowboys for Angels. The site is for attractive young men, as you can see. At the time, Senator Warren wanted not just rough sex, but extensive BDSM play, which I'm sure you're quite familiar with, I'm sure. She was very sexually adventurous. And Senator Warren engaged in lesbian sex with my friend from high school.
Well, hey, hold on, hang on. What we're gonna show you now is that the sex between our client here and Senator Warren was so violent that he actually obtained scars on his back. You can see 2 scars here. That was from the cat o' nine tails. That was from Senator Warren's transgressions.
Between late 2018 and 2020, Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman held several press conferences to smear major United States politicians with
I love this video. This guy is insane.
completely fabricated stories. The circus-like spectacle of their attempted Elizabeth Warren smear has all of the common hallmarks of one of their press conferences. Most of them are held in front of Jack Berkman's house. A TV out front displays a graphic pertaining to the event. This one says, Elizabeth Warren, cougar? Their security guard,
Cougar?
Louise, stands there looking confused.
Get that guy out of there, he's freaking me out. Get that guy out of there.
They bring out an accuser who could barely read the script handed to them without laughing or messing up the details.
Using a lime green strip.
Oh yeah, I
dildo.
forgot you.
Yes, I can remember. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What's funny?
and a crowd of hecklers formed just to mock the living shit out of the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, people just saw right through it. I mean, there were continuous lies.
Other common fixtures of these events are a guy playing a banjo.
Hey, you're gonna have to stop with the banjo or you're gonna...
Wait, what? Oh shit! Oh shit, I just rolled this. Wait, timeout. Oh shit, I didn't even wait, you can see the screen. I didn't even realize that, I just got that. Holy shit. W. Matter of fact, you're going on my main team. That's not the one I wanted, though.
You're gonna be kicked out. Yeah. No, listen. No, you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to stop with the banjo.
You're gonna have to stop the banjo.
A spread of donuts.
By the way, you can't join me because the admins are dumb. In the sense, that unless it's the very first area of the game, you can't send shit for some reason. Or not send shit, you can't join. Alright, let me,
A guy in a corn cob costume. And Will Summer, a reporter for the Daily Beast who was kind enough to talk to me for this video.
You seem like you're the world's foremost Jacob Wall expert, right?
I think, unfortunately, that's fair to say.
So why is this interesting? Clearly these guys are just attention-seeking trolls or a sideshow act, right? Well, I think it's far more sinister than that. Currently, they're facing legal battles in 3 different states for their antics. Jacob Wall, who only recently turned 23, has also been hit with unrelated felony charges for fraud. Their actions have only served to irreparably tarnish their reputations. Reputations that were already sullied to begin with. If their intentions have been motivated by their political beliefs, then their smears have only been a detriment to their cause. And if they're simply trolls, well, then the joke's on them since they're both facing the possibility of serious time in federal prison for their latest stunt. What remains unclear to me is, why do they do what they do? What do they gain? What motivates them to constantly shoot themselves in the foot? That's the point of this video. It's to take a deep look into the lives of 2 men whose actions just confound me.
Hi, I'm Jacob Wolf. I'm running for ASB Treasurer. If you want more dances, more spirit days, more lunchtime competitions, and a better treasurer, then you need to vote for me. The way I'll promise more money is to do better fundraisers and better dances that will bring in more money for the school, and more money for more fun for you. These people sure want Jacob to be treasurer.
Jacob Wall was born on December 12, 1997, in Los Angeles, California. His father, David Wall, is a criminal defense attorney and media personality. His mother, a social worker. A child of divorce who grew up in Corona, California, Jacob spent his youth shooting guns, playing basketball, and accompanying his father to television news studios.
We have here is a PDX 112 gauge round. It's got 172 caliber slug and 3 double-aught buckshot pellets in here. And we're going to test it out on this piece of paper.
Wow.
In 2003,
Wow. Wow, bud. You almost killed me with that one. Good fucking shot, dork. Like, what? Almost got me in the eye, son. Stupid ass.
His father, David Wall, joined CBS2 Palm Springs as a legal analyst covering the trial of convicted murderer Scott Peterson. Following that, he appeared on Fox News as an occasional commentator. Although David Wall pursued a career as an on-air reporter, his ambitions never quite panned out. These days, he focuses on his career as a lawyer, sharing his conservative political beliefs on Twitter, and posing shirtless in boudoir calendars.
Win, lose. A lot of my childhood came down to winning or losing, and I love winning.
Today on Daily Vice, Jacob Wohl is an 18-year-old hedge fund manager who's already made a name for himself in the business.
The origin story of how Jacob Wohl became interested in the stock market is fuzzy, mostly due to his inclination for embellishment. If you take Jacob's word to heart, then he was a financial prodigy who shorted 5 shares of SPY when he was only 8.
My first trade was shorting 5 shares of SPY when I was 8, and
Hold on, let's back up for a second. Shorting 5 shares of SPY, but who taught you this stuff?
To explain more, here's Mark Meelan, a leading expert in non-correlated investing and journalist who covered Jacob Wohl's early days.
He claimed that when he was 8 years old, he shorted 5 shares of SPY. And can you explain what that is and why you're laughing?
Okay, because I've had kids, an 8-year-old kid, I guess it's possible. I consider it highly unlikely. If you look at Wohl's life, you can break it down into patterns of deception. He had his hedge fund period, but then there was a discernible, repeatable pattern that after he got out of his hedge fund period, he later spiraled into something completely different in the political world, but it followed a lot of the same patterns. Make outlandish statements that are provably false or have a high propensity to potentially be false. And then get into degrees of legal and or regulatory trouble, and then it all blows up on him.
When Jacob was a 17-year-old junior in high school, he parlayed his interest in the stock market to become a commodities trading advisor for average Joes like his gym teacher. The operation was most definitely small time, but it made for a nice little human interest story for local cable news stations like KTLA, which featured him in a segment called Orange County High School Hedge Fund Manager Earns the Nickname Wall of Wall Street. Wall of Wall Street being an obvious play on the movie Wolf of Wall Street, and definitely a moniker that Jacob assigned to himself.
so I want to get on Monster Energy as an underlying. I'm very competitive and I'm good with numbers, so it's almost a natural fit.
He started Wall
so he's
Capital Investment
autistic.
Group about 4 months ago with his classmates as his first investors.
And then it just grew from there to their parents, and then their grandparents, uncles, aunts, you name it. And in general, just people from the community, like teachers, coaches.
Nice job, guys, nice job.
One of those coaches is Jacob's PE teacher.
Yeah, a little skeptical at first. You know, you're thinking, I mean, it's my first year teaching high school. I was 8 years in junior high, so I know the kids are obviously smarter in high school, and I thought, man, well, this might be a genius kid.
Utilizing a value stock picking approach inspired by Warren Buffett, Jacob launched Wall Capital Investment Group, which solicited middle-class clients and promised them the world. And no, I'm not being tongue-in-cheek here. That's what it said in his promotional materials, that he promised them the world. Dude was running a dinky little hedge fund out of his mom's basement, and he acted like he was Gordon Gekko. He even dressed like him, too.
Yeah, pretty much.
Was there somebody that influenced you, or was there...
Gordon Gekko, if anybody.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
So you liked him or you hated him?
No, I liked Gordon Gekko.
Okay.
I always thought he was a cool guy.
Okay.
Greed, for lack of a better word, is good.
You can categorize hedge funds in a couple different ways. One way is to look at who their investors are. His investors were middle class mom and pop. That's a huge red flag. A hedge fund, generally speaking, is used by institutional investors, very sophisticated investors, and high net worth individuals. The fact that he was soliciting, at that point, his gym investor, he was soliciting a stock investment. So that stock investment would fall under SEC regulations. But when he was also soliciting derivatives investments, he was soliciting mom and pop, people who don't really know the ins and outs, particularly of derivatives, which can be sophisticated investment tools.
Still in high school, Jacob, who was by no means a big player other than perhaps in his own mind, decided that he was ready for the big leagues. Even though Wall Capital was nothing more than a cute little project funded by adults eager to support a young man's passions, Jacob boasted in promotional material that his firm used a guerrilla warfare mentality towards investing that was able to outperform the institutional giants again and again. Around this time, Jacob appeared on Fox News to promote Wall Capital Investment, which he had taken to calling the most revolutionary hedge fund in the world.
Oh, you already took a secret picture of me. You got it
IBM
already?
ran the personal computer game. And if you wanted to have a personal computer, you had to be super rich. Until a young kid named Steve Jobs came around and changed the whole thing. That's what I'm here to do.
Wait a minute. You are going to change the whole investing world like Jobs changed the computing world?
That's what I'm going to try to do, Stuart.
And this actually worked to attract a handful of investors, impressed by the 17-year-old's on-air appearance. And this is where the story takes a darker turn, because Jacob Wall decided to scam the ever-living shit out of them.
So Jacob kind of breaks onto the scene, outside of his high school or whatever. His first sort of brush with infamy is when he claims to be kind of this teen hedge fund genius. And he has a couple of these quote-unquote hedge funds. I believe he goes on Fox News. He gets on TV a couple times as kind of this like wonderkind. But in reality, it's basically a fiction. It doesn't really exist. And so he's pitching these investors and he's getting tens of thousands of dollars. But he's not really making the returns he claims he's making.
In March 2015, a man named David Diedrich contacted Jacob after seeing him on TV. When they spoke on the phone, Jacob grossly mischaracterized the size and scope of Wall Capital Investment Group. He told Diedrich that it managed 178 accounts and between $9 to $10 million in assets, even though the reality was that Wall Capital had no more than 13 investors and managed no more than $500,000 in assets at any time. He also claimed that Wall Capital Investments trades had a 99.5% profitability of profit. Jacob described these numbers to Diedrich as textbook trading for Wall Capital. Diedrich sent him a $75,000 investment in 3 different payments between March and October 2015. Months later, Jacob told Diedrich that his investment had grown to $89,000. But when Diedrich wanted to collect, Jacob only paid him $44,000 after stalling for several days, less than half of his initial investment and purported gains. Jacob told Diedrich that the difference was due to losses. But an investigation by the National Futures Association indicated that his trading account told a different story. He was actually making money, not losing it. The National Futures Association is a self-regulatory organization for the U.S. derivatives industry. Jacob became a member of the NFA in February 2016. As a member of the NFA, Jacob was required to comply with their rules in order to continue to operate his commodities advisory firm. So when David Diedrich sent a complaint to the NFA saying that Jacob defrauded him, they launched an investigation.
I think another one of the interesting sub-tracks of this whole story is that he ran into a regulator who takes their job as a sheriff to protect investors seriously. And that's when he ran into the NFA, the National Futures Association, which is an independent self-regulatory body that polices the derivatives industry to root out guys exactly like Jacob Wool. There's this derivatives industry that's very tough regulator. And so what does Wool do? Wool goes into that industry. How preposterous is that?
The National Futures Association learned of 2 trading accounts controlled by Jacob Wall, one in the name of NEX Capital and the other in the name of Michelle Wall, Jacob's mother. The NFA complaint reads, "These accounts had a total of approximately $260,000 in deposits, trading gains of approximately $36,000, and about $296,000 in withdrawals." On June 20th, 2016, a team of NFA investigators made an unannounced visit to what they thought was NEX Capital's headquarters. What they found when they visited what Jacob listed as the main office of NEX Capital wasn't what they expected. Instead of an office, they found a residential home, Jacob's father's house. When they rang the buzzer, no one answered. Their emails and phone calls also went unanswered.
And they have this great report where it's like, we went to the first address he said he had listed for his business, And, you know, we see a guy peeking out the window and then he won't answer the door. And then they go to another house and there's a little kid who answers the door. It's supposed to be an office and it's just a little kid and it's presumably like Jacob's brother or something.
That same day, they visited an address Jacob listed as the location of the firm's books and records. What they found there was another dead end. The address took them to an office at La Sierra University, which was closed at the time. So here's where things get even funnier. David Wall, Jacob's dad, called the NFA team furious with them for what he called stalking his son and threatened to file a report against them with the LAPD. Additionally, he argued that the NFA had no authority over his son or NEX Capital, as Jacob had withdrawn his membership earlier that month. This is partially true. Jacob did request withdrawal of his membership from the NFA on June 13, 2016. But the NFA rules state that a request to withdraw membership becomes effective 30 days after the withdrawal request is made. It was the 23rd of June, and Wall made his request to withdraw membership on June 13th. So Jacob was still a member and had to comply with their investigation, which is exactly what they informed David and Jacob by email.
Here's the bottom line. There are some exceptions, but by and large, if you sell a commodity investment, offer it to the public, you have to register. Now, if you're just trading commodities, you don't need to register. But if you're selling it, you have to register.
Instead of listening, David Wall repeated that he had contacted the LAPD, and any attempts to contact Jacob would result in their arrest and prosecution. Their hands tied and Jacob refusing to comply with their investigation, the NFA decided to permanently bar Jacob Wall and NEX Capital from NFA membership, which effectively meant that he was permanently banned from running a hedge fund that managed futures derivatives trading. This wasn't the only time David Wall threatened legal action against someone he perceived as harassing his son. He did the same thing to William Legate, a software developer best known for creating the iOS application Fake-A-Text when he was 14. David Wall first contacted Legate after he refused to remove tweets about Jacob. David Wall was particularly upset about a photoshopped image of Jacob Wall wearing a corncob costume. Corncobbing refers to people who refuse to accept that they have lost a debate and continue to insist otherwise.
Hey Billy, this is David Wall, Jacob's dad. Hey, we noticed you're back at it on Twitter again, sending out defamatory, actionable tweets, complete lies about Jacob. I'm honestly at my wit's end with you. We are going to file suit. We're going to serve you at your address, apartment. We're done messing around with you. So you can delete those tweets immediately or you'll be served with suit very quickly. So it's your choice, Bill, Willie, William, whatever your name is, but we're dead serious now.
There was one profile that had me in what looked like I was wearing a corn costume, like a corn stalk, a piece of corn.
One of Jacob's tactics to solicit investors was to hire models off of Craigslist to reel them in. Jacob would bring these women along to investment conferences, get them to flirt with investors, and when an investor took the bait, then Jacob would swoop in and make a pitch. Jacob hosted a number of websites such as wallgirls.com and MelanieRiosManagement.com, which is the name of a porn star. The main records show that he also registered buyabadbitch.com and buyaslut.com. He told the Daily Beast, quote, "Fake websites and Craigslist ads were posted by trolls of mine in 2016, and I immediately reported them to the FBI. Wallgirls.com featured a section called Wall Girl of the Month. Sometime in the summer of 2016, Jacob uploaded a photograph of a young woman without her consent and described her as one of the newest additions to the agency. That young woman's mother told the Daily Beast that Jacob reached out to her daughter, representing himself as a social media manager of Instagram models, and promised to make her famous. Jacob then used her photos on wallgirls.com and made her a Wall Girl of the Month. He eventually took her photos down after her mother called him and told him to do so.
Okay, so at this point, he's banned from the NFA for life, and now Arizona's got him on fraud and misrepresentation charges. I remember going through that whole event. He had been sort of brazen. He was supposed to meet with regulators, and then he posts pictures of himself on Twitter with Instagram models going to Las Vegas. I mean, he was just doing brazen defiance of regulatory authority, and then Arizona got him. He'd ultimately find the police would get him as well out of California. But then Arizona got him. I thought that was going to be the end of him.
On September 27, 2016, the Securities Division of the Arizona Corporate Commission filed its temporary order to cease and desist and notice of opportunity for hearing against Jacob Wall and his partner, Matthew Johnson, barring them from activities in the state. The Arizona Corporate Commission's investigation began after David Diedrich, the same man who sparked the NFA investigation, filed a complaint. This would be the last time that David Diedrich would file a complaint against Jacob Wall. He later committed suicide. How much it had to do with being defrauded by Jacob Wall is unknown.
Sure, yeah. So Arizona investigates him for security sales. He ends up, I believe, pleading out or essentially cutting a deal where he's going to owe tens of thousands of dollars that he still years later hasn't paid back. The most interesting one comes in, I believe, 2019 when Jacob is indicted in California for unlawful security sales over this really kind of tortured story of a guy an adult who seemingly kind of bought into Jacob's hype and lent him tens of thousands of dollars or invested this money through Jacob. And it basically turned out it was all a con, according to the charging documents. And this guy is like, oh crap, I need to get my money back. And then the money has disappeared. And so this guy ends up killing himself. And so Jacob has been charged in that case.
The Arizona Corporate Commission's filing named 4 investors who were victims of Jacob's alleged fraud, false or deceptive claims, and bad acts. David Diedrich was the only investor with a given name on the filing. The rest are referred to as Investor 2, 3, and 4. Investor 2 gave Jacob and NEX Capital a $20,000 check in early December 2015, but stopped payment of the check she had tendered to NEX Capital a month later when she suspected foul play. Investor 3, like Diedrich, contacted Jacob in March 2015 after seeing him on television. Investor 3 gave Jacob $5,000 to invest after being led to believe that he would receive a high rate of return if he invested. By January 2015, Jacob only returned a check worth nearly $3,000. When Investor 4 contacted Jacob on July 18, 2016, she had just received an inheritance of $100,000. She found a Craigslist ad for Jacob's house-flipping investment firm called Montgomery Assets, which Jacob started to focus his attention on after being banned from trading derivatives. On the phone, Jacob told her, quote, "Montgomery Assets is quite a large firm. Not ultra large, it's not."
What'd you just type? What'd you just type, mobbed? The fuck did you just type? Matter of fact, what did you just say?
Not Goldman Sachs, it's not Wells Fargo, but it's got a nice solid team. He told her that the firm had 30 years of experience and had been around for a while, despite the fact that he made the company only a few months prior. Additionally, Wall was only 18 years old at the time, and his partner Matthew Johnson, 27 years old. Perhaps sensing that the investment promises Jacob Wall was making were too good to be true, Investor 4 never sent him a check. The Arizona Corporation Commission charged him and his companies with 14 counts of securities fraud. The commission found that neither Wall nor his companies were licensed as a broker and therefore were not permitted to provide investment advice or register to offer and sell securities in Arizona. Additionally, they found that Jacob Wall repeatedly misrepresented the size of his companies and the risk associated with investments. Jacob Wall consented to fines and penalties assessed by the Arizona Corporation Commission later that year. Now, he could have went to prison for securities fraud if he didn't agree to file a consent decree. Instead, he was only fined. However, to this date, Jacob Wall still hasn't paid his fines. The ACC is now working with the Arizona Attorney General's office to pursue collection efforts against Jacob Wall. On October 23, 2017, the ACC held an open meeting in which the board questioned Jacob Wall's lawyers about the outstanding payments and if Wall would ever pay his fines.
Can I make one comment?
Before you do.
Okay.
Commissioner Dunn, are you comfortable with that?
No, I think we should ask the
counsel here that his client is willing to agree to this. I'm wrestling with this too. If there's been a second default of payment on this, I'm wondering why we're going through this exercise and why you think your client is going to be able to make payment just on a later date if he's not able to make the payment today.
I do not believe that there was an original
In July 2016, Jacob Wall was contacted by undercover authorities posing as a real estate agent and as a client who wanted to invest money. After multiple conversations, Jacob Wall asked them to invest $100,000 with his house flipping company, Montgomery Assets, and guaranteed a 17% return of investment. 3 years later, on August 19, 2019, a warrant was issued by the Riverside County DA's office for Jacob Wall's arrest for one count of violating the California Corporations Code by selling an unregistered security. That same day, Jacob was taken into custody. He pleaded not guilty and is currently awaiting a settlement hearing, which has been postponed due to COVID-19. Jacob's dad, David Wall, said, "The district attorney never bothered to talk to Jacob. If they did, I don't believe the case would have been filed. I'm very disappointed, given my 30 years of experience with that office." Jacob has zero criminal history and was shocked by this as well. According to David Wall, Jacob learned about the warrant for his arrest through the media. Okay, last but not least, Jacob Wall was investigated by the SEC. Jacob Wall was the subject of a year-long investigation by the United States Security and Exchange Commission. The SEC concluded that they found no grounds for enforcement action. However, Victoria Levin, an assistant regional director in the SEC's Enforcement Division, stated that their conclusion must in no way be construed as indicating that the party has been exonerated or that no action may ultimately result from the staff's investigation. In an email, Jacob Wall told Benzinga.com that, quote, "I know very well I have never done anything illegal or immoral."
You serious?
Before I talk about how Jacob Wall pivoted from a life of petty financial fraud into becoming a political smear merchant, I'd like to introduce you to his partner, Jack Berkman.
For example, firing off in the power grid, our former Clinton White House staffer David Goodfriend and Jack Berkman, attorney at J.M. Berkman & Associates, and you know how it works, guys. 20 seconds to make your case, and then we go at it after that. Jack, you probably don't even need 20 seconds to tell us why you don't think it should be expanded.
Jack Berkman was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Strangely, he has not publicly disclosed his exact birthday, but he was likely born in either 1965 or 1966. After graduating from Georgetown with a law degree, he enjoyed quite an accomplished professional career beginning in the 1990s. He worked for Rick Lazio, a New York congressman, as his legislative counsel. Following that, he worked as a lobbyist and later joined the prestigious firm Holland & Knight. After that, he started his own lobbying firm, J.M. Berkman & Associates, which prospered. However, midway through the 2010s, Jack Berkman became bored with lobbying. For some reason, he decided that what he really wanted was media attention at any cost. In 2014, he gained the attention he desired by saying he wanted openly gay football players banned from the NFL after Michael Sam, who at the time was a college football star, announced that he was gay.
Now, local lobbyist Jack Berkman plans to propose legislation banning gay athletes from joining the National Football League. Tonight, we have Jack live in the newsroom. Jack, thanks for being here.
My pleasure. Good evening.
Good evening. So what is this about, Jack? Some are already calling this a stunt.
No, hardly a stunt. It's about restoring common decency, Mike.
Jack's brother James,
I'm here.
who's gay, denounced.
What?
Announced his actions with a tweet stating that he was being an ass. Soon, Jack's campaign to ban gays from the NFL fizzled. But according to his brother James, he got exactly what he wanted.
I'll do that next. I want to see if I can get
In
something.
2016, Jack Berkman gained media attention again by inserting himself in Seth Rich's murder investigation.
Now to our top story. An Omaha family is grieving tonight after their son was shot and killed in Washington, D.C. over the weekend.
Seth Rich was born and raised in Omaha. He worked for the Democratic National Committee in D.C.
Seth Rich was a 27-year-old DNC staffer who was shot on early Sunday morning on July 10, 2016, while walking home from a bar. A police investigation suspected that he was the victim of a botched robbery, but dubious rumors spread that he was assassinated for leaking Hillary Clinton's emails. Jack Berkman offered a $130,000 reward to anyone with information about Seth Rich's murder. He posted flyers announcing the reward around the Bloomingdale neighborhood where Seth Rich was shot. He also contacted Seth Rich's family and held a press conference with them.
Hi, I'm Jack Berkman. Today I want to talk to you about something very important, the murder of Seth Rich. As you may know,
Wait, what? Only got the 0.1% 3 times, but only potions tell me when you're doing it. You can't. That's the issue. This game's really good, so... what is it? It won't let you join me. Because this is a really good game, by the way. Like, the developers are on it. You can't join me in the tech world if I have a private server. You can't join me in the, whatever world. You can't join me in the new place if it's private. But you can go to the very first area of the game for some reason. Thanks, man. You want my butthole circumference too, since you're just trying to jack everything off me?
I have formed an independent commission to investigate this murder, but we need more information. We need to hear from you. Please check out our website, whokilledseth.com.
But soon, his relationship with the family soured. They called him a publicity seeker and were especially disturbed by his decision to film a reenactment of Seth Rich's murder. They cut contact with him shortly after that. Jack Berkman continued to investigate the murder. He teamed up with a former Marine named Kevin Doherty to help solve.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. He's been at Arthur's co-op, so you already know he's retarded. So.
Solved the case. The two later had a falling out, and Kevin Doherty shot him twice in the ass and tried to run him over with a car.
Berkman says he went to the Keybridge Marriott's parking garage to pick up documents from someone he thought was an FBI whistleblower. But this is where things get interesting.
I wasn't expecting anything bad. And bang, 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 I feel 2 shots in my leg.
Then the police say Berkman was hit with an SUV.
By some miracle, a girl who was on the second floor there, staying there, flung open the window and screamed, and that's probably what saved my life, because he then reversed course, skedaddled.
He's just being a dork.
Hang on, you said there's a lot of young people your age that are sort of closeted Trump supporters. Tell me about them. You're 18.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that, sort of support Trump. They're not very vocal about it. And, you see in this case, Cruz has this, very real penchant towards lying, very Hillary-esque.
He's sick, right?
And he's being called out for it.
So where does a spurious crook go after being banned from training securities at the age of 19? Well, the world of online politics, where grifters with the morality of executioners tend to shine. The wave of Donald Trump spawned many online personalities bereft of any qualifications other than a Twitter account and an ability to pander to all things MAGA. The movement was littered with unscrupulous characters like Candace Owens, who emerged on the scene after she identified the earning potential of the Trump bandwagon, despite the fact that she ran a site doxing trolls who made offensive comments online that exact same year. It's likely that Jacob Wall witnessed the rise of people like Candace Owens and wanted a piece of the pie. It was around 2017 that Jacob Wall made this career pivot. Instead of presenting himself as a financial guru, he decided to become an online political commentator. He started live streaming on YouTube, recording a podcast, and he created a blog called The Washington Reporter, which branded itself as a producer of independent journalism and hard-hitting investigative reports. And it was later discovered that his website's code of ethics was directly plagiarized from ProPublica. A simple way to look at how he marketed himself at this time is just to look at his Twitter bio. His Twitter account featured a bio that read, Trumponomics expert, financial and political commentator. His banner was a photo of him posing with Donald Trump at a photo op. How did he get this? Well, his father, David Wall, was a Donald Trump surrogate, which is probably how he got the opportunity to meet the former president. Jacob grew his Twitter following by rapidly responding to all of Donald Trump's tweets with sycophantic praise. His over-the-top fawning caught the eyes of the former president. Donald Trump retweeted Jacob Wall back when it was uncharacteristic for him to do so. And I gotta say, this was very, very uncharacteristic for Donald Trump to do at the time. He never retweeted anybody. But here he was retweeting Jacob Wall, and that got him a lot of it.
I would say sugarcane would be the best first one.
Attention. So much attention that articles were written about Jacob Wall, wondering who he was. It was after being retweeted by Donald Trump that Jacob declared, "I will further the president's agenda at all costs, and I won't apologize for it." So basically, Jacob Wall was Donald Trump's #1 bootlicker, reply guy, ass kisser. Perhaps you're not familiar with the term reply guy, but it's fairly self-explanatory. It's someone who constantly replies to someone else's tweets. Before Donald Trump was suspended from Twitter, there were several accounts that you'd always see in his replies. These people tended to be either Trump devotees or Trump detractors. So they'd reply to every single tweet that Donald Trump made and gain thousands of likes and thousands of followers doing so. It was an incredibly effective way to grow a brand. Perhaps their intentions were sincere, but it's clearly a strategy that many use to gain exposure. Take the Krasenstein brothers, for example. Two brothers from Florida who amassed hundreds of thousands of followers by replying to every Donald Trump tweet with some variation of Orange Man bad. Like Jacob Wall, the Krasensteins had a history of fraud before getting into online politics. The Department of Justice seized over $500,000 of their money and assets because they ran a Ponzi scheme and committed wire fraud. Years later, the Krasenstein brothers became lightning rods of the hashtag resistance to Donald Trump movement. And they basically used this to grow a following and make money. They made an anti-Trump children's book called How the People Trumped Ronald Plump. And they also made a website called Hill Reporter. But their success was a flash in the pan. Soon they were booted off Twitter in 2019 for operating multiple fake accounts and purchasing account interactions. Jacob Wall and the Krasensteins are two sides of the same coin. Opportunists. Opportunists with a history of fraudulent activity who benefited off of people's sincere political beliefs for personal gain. And just like Jacob Wall, the Krasensteins are just seen as a big joke. Another way that Jacob Wall gained a lot of attention online were his hipster coffee shop tweets. Basically, the premise of these tweets were that he overheard liberals in a hipster coffee shop whispering about secretly supporting Donald Trump. These tweets were so widely mocked that there's a Know Your Meme page about them.
So I think Jacob's kind of breakout moment on Twitter was that he would always tweet. He came up with this kind of trope where he would claim that he had heard something at a hipster coffee shop, and it was kind of counterintuitive for what you might think would happen there. So it would be something like, and it was always like a very niche thing. It was like, I was just at a hipster coffee shop, and I heard two people talking about how thrilled they are that Trump is pulling out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Like, it was very specific things that, like, surely you wouldn't hear this. And then he just kept tweeting it all the time. And so, it kind of became a meme on Twitter. And he, as we would later find out with other Jacob things, he has a great skill for just keeping a straight face when he's clearly doing an act and just clearly lying through his teeth. And he just says, oh, no, I really heard that.
It's unclear how Jack Berkman and Jacob Wall first met, or why they decided to create fake smears against major politicians who they considered to be enemies of Donald Trump. In media appearances, Jacob has given explanations ranging from meeting at pro-Trump events to him being recruited by Jack Berkman due to his investigation skills and business savvy. If cancel culture created an environment where everyone is guilty until proven innocent, then in theory, all they had to do was create a false accusation to ruin someone else's life. It's a tactic that political hatchetmen have been using throughout history. For example, the 7th president of the United States, Andrew Jackson, was accused by his political opponents of being the son of a prostitute and a black man. Baseless smear campaigns could be a very effective political tool, but as you'll soon learn, not when wielded by Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman. Pay close attention because their Robert Mueller smear was as needlessly convoluted as it was sublimely stupid.
And so in, I believe, the fall of 2018, Jack has teamed up with Jacob. And the circumstances here are still a little confusing of how they teamed up. But they team up, and they say, we have a woman who was sexually assaulted by Robert Mueller maybe 10 years ago. And, this is going to be a big deal. And at the time, people thought of these guys as kind of like scurrilous characters, but they didn't think of them as like guys who are just have no credibility whatsoever, just completely going to lie. But quickly, this thing starts to fall apart.
It began on October 19th, 2018. On that day, Jacob Wall tweeted, "Spoke to a prominent DC insider today who told me that there are..."
Thanks. I wish you were here earlier. There's the kid that joined and started talking about, he said your bloodline will be in the city. Bow down to Roman. Oh, I got a huge. Lol. Thank you. Thank you. But there's a kid that he said that, and so I started shit talking him. Or he did that, and I verbatim said, "Oh, I'm about to say something to purposely piss you off." I said, "Oh, he's the wrestler. Aren't those the guys that dress up and play like tackle?" Yeah, absolutely. The company that makes this game has made $250 million.
There are several women prepared to make credible...
No. You just... What is it? You're just you're adding fucking Minecraft to the total. Why not? Because you're retarded.
allegations against dirty cop Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller was a former director of the FBI and was appointed as special counsel to a highly publicized investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 election. That same day, Jack Berkman posted this video onto his Facebook page.
Hey guys, we're here to talk about Robert Mueller and his sexual abuse, and is he an alcoholic? Is he an alcoholic?
A day later, he said that he had witnesses that claimed Robert Mueller is a drunk. He also said that he talked to 7 women who claimed to have been harassed by Robert Mueller, and that one woman might come forward.
He carries around a...
I don't know. Does this game have slayers? You made 2 videos inspired by me? You made 2 pieces of slop. Because you're my biggest fan.
flask, he carries it and drinks straight booze. Even more serious, it appears that Bob Mueller has really a whole lifetime history of harassing women. We have now talked to 7 women who claim to have been harassed by Bob Mueller.
Prior to this, a woman named Lorraine Parsons emailed several reporters that a man who claimed to work for Jack Berkman offered her $20,000 and a payment of her credit card debt if she agreed to make up accusations of sexual misconduct against Robert Mueller, who she said she worked with.
You don't get microtransactions in face if you just go ahead and buy them all.
At a law firm in 1974. Now, do you remember how I said that this smear was needlessly convoluted? Well, later it turned out that Lorraine Parsons didn't exist. She was a fabrication by Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman. And the reason they did that? Who knows? Journalists tried to contact the law firm that she said she worked at, but there was no record that she ever worked there. She said she lived in Fort Myers, Florida, but that also couldn't be corroborated. At the same time, a law professor named Jennifer Taub also received an email from a man named Simon Frick, who claimed...
How to find this game? I was banned for 30 days last year. Like I said, it's a grindy game. Plus, they update it every single week, so.
Claimed to have worked for a firm called Surefire Intelligence. By the way, unlike Lorraine Parsons, Jennifer Taub is actually real. Simon Frick, on the other hand, was not.
Simon Frick.
The name on the email was Simon Frick, but someone named Jacob Wall has later admitted that he's behind that organization. This other person, Lorraine Parsons.
Yeah. Oh, gambling, baby.
No one's really sure if she exists. So what's interesting is the story broke about her because she or someone using that name is sending this email around to folks and has never been able to be
Publicly
contacted.
identified.
Right. So it's all a very strange situation.
Anyway, Simon Frick offered her payment to speak about past encounters she might have had with Robert Mueller. Jennifer Taub has never met Robert Mueller. After receiving the email, she reported it to the FBI, and they started an investigation.
After I found out about the Lorraine Parsons situation, I began to wonder whether they had reached out to me because I had written an opinion piece about the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and my own personal experience with sexual assault. So perhaps they read that and thought, well, she wrote about this, maybe she'll make up stories.
The firm, Surefire Intelligence, which Simon Frick said he worked for, was a bogus private intelligence agency made up by Jacob Wall.
So the day before the press conference, they say, we had this investigated by this company called Surefire Intelligence. It's a very elite, spy service essentially, but not quite. Someone called Surefire Intelligence's phone number, which went to Jacob's mom's voicemail, suggesting that Jacob was in fact behind it. A lot of the pictures of Surefire Intelligence employees were in fact actors and models that he clearly just pulled. It was like Bar Raffaelli, like Leonardo DiCaprio's ex-girlfriend. And in fact, the picture of the head of Surefire Intelligence on his LinkedIn, if you brightened it, it was just a picture of Jacob. It was like a very shadowy picture. It was just a picture of him. So clearly the scheme had already kind of started to fall apart.
Jacob Wall set up Surefire Intelligence as an LLC a month before the Mueller smear, but he used it before then to scam people out of petty amounts of money and to pick up girls. Jacob had a history of using the alias Michael Cohen. As Michael Cohen, Jacob presented himself as a 25-year-old Harvard dropout, an ex-Mossad agent who was the leader of Surefire Intelligence. Prior to the Mueller smear, Jacob made Craigslist advertisements offering private investigation services through Surefire Intelligence, and some people took the bait. A young woman named Julian Adams found an advertisement on Craigslist for Surefire Intelligence's services and gave Jacob $1,200 to recover her stolen Hummer, which she had lived out of for the previous 2 years. To Julian, Surefire Intelligence seemed legit. It had a sleek website, an impressive roster of investigators, and there was a Medium post about it called Surefire Intelligence, the CIA for hire for the rich and famous. The Medium post claimed that Surefire was made up of a staff of ex-Mossad agents, which included forensic accountants, former intelligence professionals of various nationalities, cyber specialists, and a translator fluent in 8 languages. The article was written by Evan Goldman, who claimed to be an Israeli journalist covering the shadowy world of private intelligence. Unsurprisingly, Evan Goldman did not exist. Evan Goldman was just another example of a fictitious identity created by Jacob Wall. A reverse Google image search showed that his profile picture was stolen from a model named Oren Katan. A Texas oil heiress named Carolyn Cass was also duped by Jacob Wall and Surefire Intelligence. Carolyn had fallen on hard times after being swindled by her trust fund officer and then being scammed out of her inheritance by a social media manager who promised to make her a pop star. After filing a case against the social media manager, she sought out a private investigator. So she looked on Craigslist. There she found Surefire Intelligence and a man named Michael Cohen, which was Jacob Wall's alias. Jacob agreed to collect dirt on the social media manager and charged Carolyn $2,000 for his services. Carolyn pawned the title of her car to pay him. Several weeks later, Jacob informed her that he was going to drop the case as it was too expensive for him to proceed. Despite her disappointment, she didn't complain. Perhaps because by then, the two had already formed a romantic relationship. They dated for several months. For most of the time that they were together, Carolyn believed that Jacob was Michael Cohen, who was a Harvard dropout and ex-Mossad agent. On October 30th, 2018, Jack Berkman announced that he'd reveal the first of special counsel Robert Mueller's sexual assault victims at a press conference to be held on November 1st, 2018 at the Rosalind Holiday Inn.
On Thursday, high noon, at the Holiday Inn right here in Arlington, Virginia, right behind me, only about 1,000 yards that way, we will unveil the first of the sex assault victims of Robert Mueller.
Jacob Wall made a similar announcement on his Twitter. By then, many journalists were already onto their ruse. They already discovered Surefire Intelligence's connections to Jacob Wall. Even though everyone knew that they were the ones behind the Robert Mueller smear, Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman denied any wrongdoing and declared that they would still go forward with the press conference. The Gateway Pundit, a website that's known for promoting fringe conspiracy theories, interviewed Wall and Berkman and released a video that's since been scrubbed from the internet. During the interview, the duo claimed that their allegations were credible and well vetted. They provided the Gateway Pundit with a document which they said proved the allegations against Robert Mueller, and the document was published onto the site. Hours later, the Gateway Pundit removed the document, recanted the story, and announced that they would investigate Jacob Wall. With Wall and Berkman's smear already debunked before they held a press conference, you'd think that they'd have a great plan up their sleeve to make the whole thing seem legitimate. The answer is no. Instead, they proceeded to mess up even more. The person they chose to pose as Robert Mueller's victim was none other than Caroline Cass, the Texas oil heiress I spoke about earlier, who was romantically involved with Jacob Wall. One night while speaking to Jacob on the phone, Caroline told him that she'd been date raped by a former employer in a hotel room several years prior. Naturally, Jacob consoled her and thanked her for trusting him enough to share that with him, right? No, that's not what he did. Instead of doing what someone with a soul would do, Jacob used the details of her story to write a script for her to read at the press conference where she would accuse Robert Mueller of sexual assault. Jacob offered her $50,000 to make the false allegation and promised to give her an alias so that her real name would never be mentioned to the press. Moreover, he assured her that he was in contact with other Mueller victims who were hesitant to come forward. She believed that she would be the catalyst for them to do so and would be hailed as a hero as a result. Before traveling to the press conference, Carolyn Cass saw a story on her newsfeed that was about Wall and Berkman. Still under the impression that his name was Matthew Cohen, she asked him who Jacob Wall was. He then told her that he didn't know. At the airport, a ticketing agent referred to him as Jacob after seeing his ID. She questioned him once again, and he told her that it was just an alias that he was using for the day. She finally realized that Michael Cohen was Jacob Wall after seeing him look at his social media while she pretended to be asleep on the plane. When they landed in Washington, Caroline escaped, booked a flight to New York, and called him to tell him that she wouldn't go through with the press conference. Although Wall and Berkman had promised to bring forward an accuser, they decided to go ahead with the press conference despite not having one. The documentary After Truth, Disinformation and the Cost of Fake News features a segment that follows Wall and Berkman on the day of the press conference. I can't show you clips from it because of copyright, but I'll put the link in the description below.
And then they hold the press conference, and I think there were still some people who were, you don't want to come out and say someone, a woman is making up a story about sexual assault, something like that. And so the big question was who this woman was going to be, and so they had kept her identity secret. And then, there were some flaws already in their timeline of when this happened, but they get up there and they don't have their accuser. And I say, well, where's the accuser? And they say, well, she got so many death threats, she didn't want to come. And I said, well, none of us know her name. And then, so HBO had a video and HBO had them mic'd up. And then they go down the hall and they say, oh, geez, that's a really good point. I guess we need to change our lie-up. So then they come up, and this thing is just a disaster of a press conference. Their accuser doesn't show. She later says they put her up to it, and it's all lies. She had been dating Jacob. It's a very kind of twisted story. Jacob, they have an affidavit that they release with her name, but it's misspelled throughout. Kind of disastrously, Jack's fly is down the whole time during the press conference, which, people are tweeting his fly's down, all this stuff, and yeah, it was a big mess. I mean, someone in the crowd yelled, they were like, we'll take one more question, and someone said, are you ready to go to prison? And I said, oh, and so they kind of essentially have to flee their own press conference. So yeah, I would say Jacob's first big foray into politics did not go great.
After the smear fell apart, Surprisingly, Carolyn Cass became involved in a relationship with Jacob Wall once again. He never told her why he lied about his identity, and he never repaid the money he bilked from her. Despite that, they continued their relationship for the next few months until Jacob dumped her because he didn't want to tell his friends that he was dating a 34-year-old. That's when she decided to tell her story to the press. There's a great article written by Lexi Pandel that goes over Carolyn Cass's story in far more detail. The link is in the description box below. So that's it for part 1 of this series. In part 2, I'll cover Wall and Berkman's several other smears. Believe it or not, things even get crazier, so stay tuned for that.
Also, do you want to speak with Jacob Wool? Do you want me to give him a call now? Usually he picks up when I give him a ring, and you'll see. We have it's not a weird relationship, but it's definitely a push and pull, if you will. You know, I could give him a call and I could ask him some questions. I always have questions for him, but that's your call, of course. Hey, is this Mr. Wool?
This is he.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, what's up, Jacob? This is Zachary Fisher with Salon, as you know. I'm actually here with a friend named Oki, who does a pretty big, who runs a pretty big YouTube channel, a pretty popular YouTube channel. Oh, he just hung up on me.
Some would say the biggest.
Let me call him one more time.
Sorry. The number you have reached has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Wow.
Please check the number and try your call again.
Okay. Unfortunately, what you just saw was the closest that I came to speaking with Jacob Wall. Although I've tried everything that I could to contact him, I understand that I can't force him to speak to me if he doesn't want to. However, I was able to speak to several people who've spent years covering Jacob Wall, which gave me a lot of insight into his character. If you don't know who Jacob Wall is, be sure to watch my first video about him called Documenting a Modern Psychopath. Just click the link at the top right of the screen. So who are these people that I interviewed? Part 1 included interviews I conducted with a hedge fund expert named Mark Meelan and Will Sommer of the Daily Beast. Since then, I have spoken to Zachary Patrizio, a journalist for Salon, the editor-in-chief of News to Share, Ford Fisher, the unnamed person behind the Jacob Wall Report Twitter account, who asked me to obscure their voice, and the host of Pensive Politics, Christian Watson. Before speaking to them, my theory about Jacob Wall was that he behaves the way he does only because it garners him attention and fame. Also because he's addicted to going trending on Twitter. Here's 2 clips where he says so himself.
Your life aspiration, you say, is to be rich, famous, and I quote, attended to by the public. What does that mean, Jacob?
Alright, this could be rude. Is that a woman?
Well, you don't just want to be famous, you want to be thought about at all times.
Really? Whoever was laughing in the background needs to never laugh again.
It makes me feel so happy. It's like
See here.
It's like community. All right.
I want to be trending artist. What can we do to go trending here?
Okay, so
If I'm not trending, I'm not happy. It's like I have. It's
yeah, somebody else just agreed with
somebody tweeted my quote about the lion. That's great.
So okay.
Some agreed with my theory, others did not.
The great unanswered question about Jacob Wool is, why does he do this? This is a guy who's 22. He's got his whole life theoretically ahead of him. And yet he spends all his time kind of making himself an internet laughingstock and potentially going to prison. And I don't know, really. I mean, look, he obviously loves attention. I don't think there's any question about that. I think he loves playing the heel. I think he loves people just like driving people crazy. But at the point where you're opening yourself up to lawsuits where you might go to prison.
He is just the absolute maximum of any publicity is good publicity. And I don't think he cares who he hurts along the way or what he has to do to get that publicity.
I would say minimizing it to the attention thing, though, I think there are a couple other layers, right?
The idea that they're trying to just get attention, they just like their face on the news, it's hard for me to imagine that they'd go this far to accomplish that.
Still, I was bothered by the notion of cataloging all of Wall and Berkman's bogus smear attempts and giving them attention by doing so. I didn't really have this concern when I made the first video, since it was largely focused on Wall's financial crimes. So I asked them the question, why cover someone like Jacob Wall?
Sure, no, absolutely. I think it's important to remember that Jacob, while he does want attention, that it's important to cover these things because they are making it into the mainstream. You know, we would potentially see a robo scheme. We would see illegal activities that just went unnoticed, right? We would see them partaking in things that are illegal and are against the law. And I think that's when, you know, a journalist's responsibility really kicks in to cover the wrongdoing.
Sir, can you quit breaking the law? You're gonna make me very sad. Sir, could you not? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And to really shine a spotlight onto that.
The main thing that they do is attempt to perpetrate frauds, and so I do think that it is my job to sort of go there, document that, and challenge it to the extent possible.
Attention seekers, if they're good, are going to get attention. That's just the truth. You can't stop that. But just because someone wants attention does not mean you should deny it to them if what they're doing warrants attention. So if someone is just being an attention seeker for a very empty or meritless cause, okay, ignore them. Don't give them don't feed the fire. But if they could actually affect certain things, if they could actually try to determine the course of a presidential election or a primary, or they could possibly impact a candidate or someone of importance's life or someone of non-importance's life, then you need to address it. Because if you leave it ignored, you could possibly have catastrophe on your hand. You could have deceit prevailing over people, prevailing over, certain discussions and certain ideas. And that would just be terrible.
What you're about to watch is the product of the most frustrating experience I've ever had while making a video. I came so close to scrapping this project many, many times. But I finished it for two reasons. First, because I didn't want to let the people who enjoyed part 1 down. And second, because I believe it's important to raise awareness of how people like Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman operate. And with that said, please enjoy the show. Last time we left off on November 1st, 2018. Wall and Berkman's Robert Mueller smear ended disastrously.
Are you both prepared for federal prison? No.
And they were pretty much laughed out of their own press conference.
Let me tell you that I think Jacob is a child prodigy that has eclipsed Mozart. That's
You can't even open an E-Trade account.
Despite that, Jacob Wall got something he desperately craves: attention.
Are we trending? That's the real question. Are we trending? I'm sure we're trending.
Only 2 weeks later, he was trending on Twitter once again. This time it was due to his strange clash with the equally attention-starved American attorney, Michael Avenatti.
Well, again, I'm not going to get into the
which
details,
wheel?
but Jacob, if you're watching, I'm coming for you.
In March 2018, Michael Avenatti received international media attention for representing porn star Stormy Daniels in a lawsuit against Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels signed a non-disclosure agreement and accepted hush money to remain silent about an alleged affair she had with the former president. Avenatti sued Donald Trump on her behalf to release her from her NDA. Soon, Michael Avenatti was everywhere. As Matt Taibbi of Rolling Stones magazine notes, Avenatti had 254 cable appearances in 2018, including 147 on MSNBC and CNN alone in a 10-week period.
Lately, to me, you're like the Holy Spirit. You are all places at all times.
He was celebrated by liberals for his brash and unapologetic style.
5,000?
Avenatti soon became a presidential hopeful, the Democrats' very own attack dog and answer to Donald Trump. His tough guy posturing could be seen in his tweet announcing his run for president, which ends with #FightClub. However, Avenatti's Christ-like status in liberal circles began to dissolve. This occurred after he inserted himself in the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, claiming to have sworn testimony from an unnamed accuser, which the accuser later denied. Then Avenatti was arrested for domestic violence on November 14, 2018, after allegedly assaulting his girlfriend. LA prosecutors declined to file domestic abuse charges against him. Minutes after Michael Avenatti's domestic violence arrest was announced, Jacob Wall tweeted, "Surefire Intelligence strikes again," suggesting that Surefire Intelligence was behind Michael Avenatti's arrest. Michael Avenatti responded with, "First Mueller and now me. When we are fully exonerated, I am coming for you. Jacob Wall, aka Surefire." Jacob later denied making the tweet. Instead, he claimed that an associate did it on his behalf and added that he thought it was funny. He then tweeted, "I just filed a police report about Michael Avenatti's threat. Thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement." Michael Avenatti was eventually found guilty on February 14, 2020, on 3 counts of attempted extortion in an unrelated matter involving the sportswear company Nike.
Well, today, a jury in New York convicted him of trying to shake down Nike for more than $20 million. Prosecutors say Avenatti threatened to expose the company and demanded millions of dollars He claimed that Nike bribed amateur basketball players.
After his brief run-in with Avenatti in November 2018, no one paid much attention to Jacob Wall for the next few months, a fact that must have eaten away at him. To celebrate the new year, Jacob edited together a 31-second YouTube video of well-known broadcasters saying his name, simply titling it Jacob Wall, and adding to the description, 2018 was a great year for Jacob Wall.
Jacob Wall?
Jacob Wall.
Jacob Wall. Is that how you pronounce
Jacob
it?
Wall.
Jacob
Wall.
Jacob Wall.
Jacob Wall.
He believes that Wall is behind the allegations against Avenatti himself.
If I was Jacob, I would not be sleeping well at
Wall. Okay, who is Jacob?
Jacob Wall.
That something big was coming, and Jacob Wall.
There's a guy named Jacob Wall.
Did Jacob Wall
teamed up with Jacob Wall, a sort of equally notorious young man.
Manager, a Trump supporter named Jacob Wall.
2019 began and Jacob Wall was attention-starved. His ravenous appetite to be noticed went unfulfilled during the first month of the year, and it was not for a lack of trying. In fact, all of his attempts failed to gain any real traction. He unsuccessfully tried to start a campaign to impeach Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He also claimed that United States Senator Cory Booker sexually assaulted a man in a bathroom. Additionally, he claimed that Kamala Harris was not a natural-born citizen and therefore could not run for president. But finally, on February 11th, 2018, Jacob Wall caught the buzz he was looking for after starting a petition to remove Ilhan Omar from the House of Foreign Affairs Committee, which gained 270,700 signatures. Capitalizing on the hype, he teamed up with convicted felon and former #StopTheSteal spokesperson Ali Alexander, as well as Laura Loomer, who is best known for handcuffing herself to the doors of Twitter HQ in protest of being banned from the site. The trio traveled to Minneapolis claiming that they would expose Ilhan Omar.
Laura Loomer is ugly as fuck. I can't lie, that bitch is ugly. She legitimately looks like not a trans person, right? But they look like a man dressing up as a woman. Like that type of look.
On the unproven claim that she married her brother. Ilhan Omar is a politician serving as a United States representative of Minnesota. Rumors persist that she married her brother in order to sidestep immigration laws. Omar married Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi, a British citizen, in 2009, and the two separated in 2011. To date, there has been no documentation proving or disproving that Elmi is Congresswoman Omar's brother. Omar has called the speculation illegitimate and disgusting lies. Whether or not she's committed immigration fraud is unknown, but one thing's for sure, Jacob Wall would not be the one to solve the mystery. Jacob Wall's investigation of Ilhan Omar was as farcical as you'd expect. Along with Ali Alexander and Laura Loomer,
Hold on. I got a picture. This bitch is disgusting. Like, I legitimately don't know how else to say it. This bitch is ugly. Yeah, give me a second. That bitch is ugly. She looks like a titan. That bitch is ugly as fuck.
he traveled to Minneapolis, tweeting and live streaming his every move. According to Jacob, Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis was a no-go zone full of Antifa and jihadists who wanted to behead, bomb, and murder him.
We were afraid that we were going to be tailed. We were afraid that Ilhan, the jihadi Omar, would send somebody after us and tail us.
Let's not mince words here, you guys. Ilhan Omar would love nothing more than to watch a bomb go off in the United States.
I gotta give her credit. She really is the top of the racist game. This bitch has always been racist as fuck. Gotta give credit where credit is due. She is racist as fuck. More keys I got here. Okay, 30. Good.
Ilhan Omar would love nothing more than to watch another 9/11 happen in this country.
To believe Jacob Wall's description of Minneapolis,
Team, do we know why she was banned from Twitter? obviously he got let back, or she got let back. Obviously. Speaking of which, Elon Musk just brought somebody back too. Nick Fuentes, the biggest. If you don't know who Nick Fuentes is, you should know him as the guy that accompanied Kanye West on his anti-Semitism tour, basically, where he was going around being anti-Semitic and doing all these Republican interviews. He was banned from Twitter for, obviously, that. My favorite tweet from him, though, is whenever he he opened his McDonald's burger upside down and started calling the workers, like, dumb and, like, they don't deserve any money and shit. I'm like, okay, that's good. That's funny.
You'd think that he was venturing into the Battle of Fallujah.
Look at her! Ew!
A bulletproof vest, claimed that he was traveling with a security detail, and collected donations to ensure his safety on a website called jihadilhan.com.
I can't lie, they hatred is...
So, you know, we have professional security. In fact, I'm riding with them right now. And we also have, you know, drivers, you name it, cars that are protected. And so I feel pretty good about our security situation because you guys have funded us through jihadilhan.com. We have veterans who are very competent, career military professionals that know what they're doing, that are going to keep us safe and keep us from being slain.
It's actually hilarious how much...
I think he was the one that, said that to help with school shooters, they should hire disabled veterans and have them with a gun outside the school to make sure the kids stay safe. And I would disagree. I think somebody that is a disabled veteran should not be near any school with a weapon at all. You know why? Because they'll probably be the ones shooting the kids.
Jacob tried to paint Minneapolis as the caliphate or something. Here's one of his tweets. Just left a no-go zone in Minneapolis. One of the friendly local Somali men asked me, "Are you trying to get killed?"
What? Now, if you're not familiar with Minnesota, you don't know how this works, but...
Somali man in Minnesota?
The Islamicist forces here have taken over sections of the respective police departments
They
in
have
almost every
Sharia
area.
police in Minnesota now. There are men who walk around in orange vests that say Sharia police in some of these Somali communities.
Yeah,
and they are
Shakira law. They have
Although they
Shakira
claimed to
law.
have armed guards, there wasn't any proof that they did. It was clear that they were lying about it, and even Jacob couldn't help but laugh when asked about it on a live stream.
We've got a top-notch security team here to get us around, get us from point A to point B. They're right here and right here behind the camera. You can't see them. And we've been going from point A to point B in convoy, you know, armored cars, you name it.
Later, he posted a picture of his badass team of security professionals, and as you can see, they don't exactly look professional. Look, this guy's wearing fucking Crocs. During their escapade in Minneapolis, Jacob Wall starred in a documentary shot by a media outlet called Culture. I really want to show you clips from this documentary, but I'm fairly certain my video will be copyright claimed if I do. You should watch it though, especially if you want to see Jacob Wall, Laura Loomer, and Ali Alexander aimlessly walk around Minneapolis with Hans Zimmer-esque music blaring in the background. Jacob hyped up this documentary as something that would expose Ilhan Omar, but it didn't reveal anything at all. The scope of their investigation amounted to knocking on her office door and leaving when no one answered.
We had a leftist today who's a diversity coordinator threatened to come and shoot us and apparently has some idea of where we live because a leftist lunatic quote-unquote lesbian activist
It's
put our location
Antifa!
out there.
It's
I
Antifa!
almost left out the best part. Jacob files a police report against someone he describes as a gay Hispanic diversity coordinator who he claimed threatened him on Twitter. The diversity coordinator was a complete fabrication. Jacob was the one behind the account. he made it up to threaten himself and used a photo of a Minnesota realtor named Aaron Delgado. So in other words, he pulled a Jussie Smollett by filing a police report about something he himself staged. Once this was all revealed, Aaron Delgado said that he planned to file a lawsuit with Michael Avenatti representing him. A day after returning from Minneapolis, Jacob Wall was banned on Twitter on February 26, 2019, following the release of a USA Today article in which he admitted that he planned to create deceptive Twitter accounts to, quote, steer the left-wing votes in the primaries to what we feel are weaker candidates compared to Trump.
I don't know if you have any data on why Jacob Wall was recently banned. Do you have that?
I believe.
Who is Jacob Wall?
This is a gentleman that was in the USA Today article where
Yes.
he admitted that he was going to, he had used tactics in the past.
I hate Tim Pool as well. Take the beanie off, Baldy. Show us your head. Then give me some head.
To influence the election, and he will continue to do so using all of his channels.
Yes.
And so when we saw that report, our team looked at his account. We noticed there were multiple accounts tied to his account, so fake accounts that he had created that were discussing political issues and pretending to be other people.
And now you're banned from Twitter. How do you respond to Twitter's permanent ban?
This could not have happened at a better time. Jacob Wohl is #1 trending on Twitter right now. And I'm promoting a press conference, and now people are going to go to that press conference, and it's going to be even bigger and better than we even thought. I mean, it's going to be brimming over with people.
All right, so I'm gonna keep going for this till I'm at 1.90, I think. Alright, I lied. This shit's gay.
The halls of Congress are going to be rocked by what we're going to release on Thursday. It will be #1 trending on Twitter.
After leaving Minneapolis, they flew to Washington, D.C. to attend CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, at the Gaylord National Resort in National Harbor.
The what resort? Actually, let me see this real quick. How much more, oh wait. Yeah, oh. I eventually want to get every huge, like, earn it myself. I know, which is why I'm gonna go spin it now. And I'm gonna get a huge. And I'm gonna laugh at you because you stole money from me. Actually, you lost all the money I gave you, basically. What the fuck?
Maryland. Once there, Jacob Wall, Laura
Oh,
Loomer,
yeah,
and
see,
Jack
now I'm a
Burkman
laugh.
held a presser.
See,
where
now
they
I'm
spoke
jumping
about
on
their
you.
investigation of Ilhan Omar to a gaggle of journalists and social media personalities. And like all of their press conferences, it was an absurd mess.
Well, one last thing. The reason why I'm wearing this hat today is because both Jacob Wall and I have been permanently banned from Twitter after posting our investigative findings about Ilhan Omar. So I am demanding that Jack Dorsey immediately reinstate the Twitter accounts of both myself and Jacob Wall. Not only Twitter, I've been banned by Uber, by Lyft, by PayPal, by Venmo, by GoFundMe.
Do you not see how evil of a bitch you gotta be to be banned from all those? Like, does she not hear herself? How are you banned from Uber? Oh, we'll see you in a second. After I go through these, I'm probably gonna start opening. I already got I've gotten 3 huges today. I got one in that chest. I got one from the whatever thing. Hold on.
By Twitter, by Medium, and just last week I was in a cab and Chase deactivated all my cards and they closed my bank account temporarily.
Twitter HQ.
Yes, I plan on doing a lot of things. A lot of these big tech executives are going to be getting lured soon, so you'll just have to stay tuned. As you know, my protest in which I handcuffed myself to the front door of Twitter headquarters in New York City was tremendous. It was the #1 trending topic on Twitter. I didn't even have a Twitter account. I out-trended the President of the United States and Putin, so you can expect a lot more of this.
And lured is now a verb. I would point out Webster's has taken it as a verb.
Yes.
Jacob's next attempt to create a stir was on April 16, 2019, when he and Jack Berkman held a press conference at their headquarters, 1599, which is Jack Berkman's Arlington, Virginia home. They promised to expose the largest scandal in NCAA history. Only 2 reporters attended the press conference. One of them, Dave McKenna, wrote an article titled, "Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman wasted my time, but on the bright side, they wasted theirs too." During the presser, Wall and Berkman spoke of corruption in college basketball and claimed that Adidas was operating an underground criminal operation which bribed and intimidated college athletes. Jacob Wall said, quote, "What Adidas has is, at the localized level, a network of thugs, in most cases current and former gang members, who they use to go and menace families and coerce them into doing whatever Adidas wants them to do." Sadly, there's no footage of this event. And anyway, it ended up being a nothing burger compared to the subsequent press conference, which took place only a few days later.
Now to a story making national headlines. Tonight, we're talking to the Ferris State University student in the middle of a claim that he was sexually assaulted by a Democratic presidential challenger, who now says it was all made up.
In early April 2019, Jacob Wall befriended one of his fans on Instagram, a 21-year-old gay Republican named Hunter Kelly. Hunter Kelly had previously interacted with Jacob's Instagram posts, and one day he was surprised to find that Jacob followed him back. That same day, Jacob DM'd him a question: "Do you want to be part of a political operation?" Hunter Kelly said yes, and soon Jacob bought him a plane ticket to Baltimore. Once Kelly landed in Baltimore, he was greeted by Wall and Berkman, who drove him to Jack Berkman's house. Upon arrival, they presented him with a document to sign. It was a draft of a statement that said the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, Pete Buttigieg, sexually assaulted Kelly in February in a hotel in Washington, D.C. Hunter Kelly was under the impression that he was flown out to talk about how he, as a gay Republican, could help Donald Trump win the 2020 election. Jacob told him that he was instead being recruited to be part of a task force to smear Pete Buttigieg, set up by Donald Trump's administration. Although Hunter Kelly refused to cooperate with the plan, Wall and Berkman had already written a fake Medium post under his name, alleging that Pete Buttigieg sexually assaulted him. They also created a fake Twitter account impersonating him, and used it to share the Medium article. Following
That's why it's easy for me, just because I have those books. Glad I played the game a little earlier than most people.
that, Jacob's father David Wall retweeted it, as well as the Gateway Pundit. That same day, Pete Buttigieg was asked about the allegations during a Q&A. He said, "Oh, I'm sure it's not the first time somebody's gonna make something up about me. Politics can be ugly sometimes, but you have to face that when you're in presidential politics." The article generated a lot of interest and buzz. However, most were skeptical. Some pinpointed it as being the machinations of Wall and Berkman. Hunter Kelly claimed that when he confronted them for posting the allegation under his name, Berkman tried to sue them by telling him that he had become a star and that people were eating him up. He promised Kelly that his involvement in the scheme would lead to a lavish lifestyle. According to Kelly, they even promised to buy him any house that he wanted. They spent the day trying to convince him to go through with the scheme. They got him a haircut, a caramel frappuccino, and a Subway sandwich.
Gay
Still,
people
he
like.
wanted to back out. When he expressed that, they told him that leaving was not an option. Kelly said that they pressured him to sign the statement. And after what he described as 45 minutes of coercion, he finally did. Hours later, Kelly denounced the Buttigieg allegations on his Facebook account, writing, "It's important for everyone to know that I was not sexually assaulted and would never falsely accuse anyone. To keep it brief for now, I was approached by a political figure to come to DC to discuss political situations from the standpoint of a gay Republican. When I arrived, they discussed Pete Buttigieg and started talking about how they would be working a campaign against him. I went to bed and woke up to a fake Twitter, @RealHunterKelly, and an article that I in no way endorsed or wrote. I have since left and am working on a formal statement to give to everyone, including the Buttigieg family." Kelly told reporters that when he wanted to leave, Wall and Berkman wouldn't let him. So he pretended to fall asleep, packed his things, and called his sister to come get him. Wall and Berkman denied Hunter Kelly's statement.
I think Hunter's a very fine young man. I don't understand why he's now telling these lies. I think it's because people got to him. Maybe it's people in the Democratic Party. Maybe it's his colleagues or friends or family. I don't know who. It's probably Democrats.
On May 8, 2019, Wall and Berkman held a presser at 1599 in which they tried to prove the allegations were true and that Hunter Kelly was scared off by outside pressure.
Well, we're not lying. We're telling you the truth. One thing that he received throughout the day was any number of threatening calls. We could hear them on speakerphone. We don't know who they were from. We have no idea, but there were a lot of people calling him, trying to talk him out of telling his truth. And that went on all day long. And
that no one was coerced, no one was even so much as encouraged to take
This
any
security's
particular
scary.
action. And we're going to lay that all out in a series of tapes. And this is a video that we feel speaks and says a lot. You're going to see, and this is just a minor detail, is that he's got a Starbucks caramel frappuccino in front of him on the table. Now, Hunter had come with us earlier in the day, and he had wanted Starbucks. So we took him to Starbucks right around the corner. We're also working on getting that tape as well. He walked in, he got his caramel frappuccino. Most forced coercion type of events that I see involve guns, they involve knives, they don't involve caramel frappuccinos. Jared.
Can I ask about this setup? It's kind of confusing why we're talking up to a balcony and there's the screen here. What's the mindset?
clarity. The only goal of this is clarity. We wanted you to be able to hear us clarity.
It was later revealed that they tried to stage a fake protest of the press conference, but could not drum up enough interest for people to sign up. A reporter named Justin Duckham noticed the event invite page called Protest Against Homophobic Bigots, after Jack Berkman tweeted about it. The reporter then found that the event organizer used the email wallthinktank@gmail.com.
No, we haven't set up any protests. That was internet troll stuff. People set up all kinds of stuff with my email. I get emails from every bizarre subscription service you can imagine with the email address that I put out for the public. And as you can see,
That's
there's
what
no
I'm
protest.
gonna
If we
start
had put a
doing.
protest
Anybody
together,
that,
there'd be a
anytime I
protest.
get
Following
accused
the
of something
Buttigieg
bad, I'm
debacle,
gonna say
Wall
that's
and
just
Berkman
fake.
failed to concoct
just
any
trolls.
major smears for the next 4 months. Instead, news of their behind-the-scenes activities surfaced. The Daily Beast found that Jacob Wall was behind 5 fake intelligence firms, including Surefire Intelligence, which were called Bolt Intelligence, Bolt Intel, Potomac Intelligence, and Arlington Center for Political Intelligence. An advertisement for Potomac Intelligence said that the firm offered services like corporate espionage, political opposition research, the planting or killing of news stories, and counterintelligence. Why anyone would advertise their corporate espionage firm in the classifieds, along with adverts for carpet cleaning and local mechanics, is anyone's guess. It was also discovered by the Daily Beast that Wall and Berkman were pitching investors on a $1 million plan to create fake news stories in order to manipulate political betting markets. Their plan was to recruit and run what they described as agents of penetration inside DNC campaigns, to create a troll farm to influence social and mainstream media narratives, and to plan and execute high-impact political publicity stunts. Our backers will affect political outcomes and use our actionable intelligence to reap rewards betting on those outcomes. By August 19th, 2019, Wall's past scams caught up with him when a warrant was put out for the arrest of himself and his business partner, Matthew Johnson, for their fraudulent activities while operating Montgomery assets. This was when the Riverside County District Attorney's Office went after him. I talked about this in part 1, so I'll save you the details. A few days later, Jacob posted photos onto his Instagram, claiming that he was traveling the world. According to him, one photo was in Belarus, and the other one was in Israel. However, someone noticed that he was seated in front of the exact same fence in both photographs, which led to a lot of people mocking him online. On August 23, 2019, Jacob defrauded an event organizer by accepting $50,000 to get Donald Trump, Don Jr., and Charlie Kirk to speak at an Indian American conference. Jacob asked for $100,000 and received half up front. On the day of the conference, Jacob told the event organizer that Trump, Don Jr., and Kirk would be there, and that they might bring Candace Owens as well. When they never showed up, Jacob promptly ghosted the organizer. When the event organizer asked for the $50,000 back, Jacob told him that he told his secretary to return the money. Eventually, the event organizer called Jacob's dad, David Wall, who said that he told his son to return the money. After which, Jacob claimed that the money wasn't returned due to a mishap with the bank. Jacob recorded a video of himself calling the bank asking about the transfer, and boy is it a sight to behold.
I just wanted to confirm a wire. That was sent. Because one of my clients, we sent him a refund via wire transfer, and he says he still hasn't received it, so I'm just a little bit worried.
Okay, give me just a moment. Okay, it looks like it has not been worked. Somebody should be reaching out to you to confirm the wire.
Oh my God, you guys, I need it sent. Can they reach out like right immediately?
We're going along as they're coming in, sir. We do have an hour and a half to work on them.
This has caused me a tremendous hassle today because my client thinks that I'm trying to rip him off or something. And, okay, well, they're going to call me soon to confirm it and then send it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, listen, I don't mean to sound angry at you. I don't mean to sound angry at you. It's just, it's been a massive trouble for me.
Oh, damn, man. I've been trying to get you your money back. That's crazy. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
In the end, Jacob only returned $30,000 of the $50,000 he owed. In late September of 2019, an unnamed member of the U.S. intelligence community released a complaint about an attempted cover-up of a call between Donald Trump and the president of Ukraine, in which Trump requested that he investigate Joe and Hunter Biden. The leaker was dubbed the Ukrainian whistleblower. On September 26, 2019, Jack Berkman offered $50,000 to anyone who could conclusively provide the identity of the whistleblower. On October 1st, they declared that they knew the whistleblower's identity and held a press conference. Unsurprisingly, the press conference ended up being a total waste of time.
Now, many people have called us hit job artists, smear artists, things like this. None of this is true.
Oh, I know you don't think so, but what we do is thoroughly apolitical and fact-based. I know you don't think so, but it's the truth.
Wall and Berkman claimed that they couldn't release the name of the whistleblower until they were able to review the legalities of doing so with their lawyers.
Out of due deference to our government, we have a lawyer reviewing this before we release the name.
But you're a
so
lawyer.
We cannot release it today because we have been asked not to do so, and of course we will defer to the government if they feel there are national security or other concerns. So we have a lawyer reviewing those laws as we speak.
Then they said that they would release the name within 24 hours.
It's all coming out.
Same time
you won't be disappointed.
In the end, they never did.
Me too. I mean, it was Caroline Cass, Hunter Kelly. Now it's this. What's next?
Let me ask you a question. Don't you think this is a noble initiative to force the name of the whistleblower out? Do you really like, you in the media, do you really like this kind of clandestine government and clandestine society where all of this is being done in darkness? I mean, this is like Henry VIII. I'll turn that question around and ask it to you. Do you like a country like that? Do you like a capital like that? That's not a good situation. That's like Star Chamber.
Any other questions?
2 days later, they held another press conference. This time, they claimed that Elizabeth Warren had an affair with a former Marine named Kelvin Willey. I talked about this press conference in part 1. Kelvin Willey claimed to be a male escort working for an agency called Cowboys for Angels. The CEO of Cowboys for Angels denied that Willey worked for him and said that he was not up to caliber to work at the agency, implying that he wasn't good looking enough. Kelvin Woolley also claimed that he served in Afghanistan and that he was a recipient of a Purple Heart. But records obtained by the Daily Beast showed that although he was in the Marines from 2014 to 2016, he was never deployed to Afghanistan, nor did he receive a Purple Heart.
Describe your service in Afghanistan. So my service in Afghanistan, it was very early in my Marine Corps time of just getting into my unit. 2012. Unit, I was stationed in Hawaii. 1-3. 1-3. The rest you can look.
Hell no!
Let me just tell you one thing. When it comes to honoring service here, we don't play around. And if you're going to keep impugning this serviceman's service,
I hope that they are
fighting the
playing this
Taliban in
music.
Afghanistan, then you're going to leave.
Elizabeth Warren responded to the smear attempt by tweeting a picture of a mascot from her alma mater with "Go Cougars" in the caption.
They had a gentleman, a 24-year-old Marine, who accused Elizabeth Warren of partaking in like this weird sexcapade scandal thing, and he claimed that she was whipped, that he whipped her, and all this stuff. When claims that he met Elizabeth Warren on this site called Cowboys for Angels, and it's like this kind of like weird dating site. And they met on there, and they hung out at this like DC hotel, and ended up having like sex and stuff like that. Long story short, he claims that Elizabeth Warren
Meet
gave
our
him this
Cowboys.
big scar on his back and all this type of stuff. And quickly people search on social media and find out like he had a scar years before what he's claiming, and of course it all backfires.
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is. The difference is very clear. Trump is a peak alpha male. And so when you look at President Trump, him engaging in an extramarital affair, if that's even true, I don't think it is, would be understandable, would be normal, would be average. But when you look at Elizabeth Warren, you're talking about a very frail, very old woman who's going to be hormonally challenged as it relates to the
On the social media application Telegram, Jacob Wall celebrated his victory.
I'm gonna call him out. Dog, she's old. I don't think she gets her period anymore. How is she hormonal? What? That's like those people that are saying they didn't want Hillary Clinton to be president because what if she gets on her period? Like, dude, she's 70. You think she's still gushing?
He once again got the attention he so desperately desired. Fellow professional moron and Capitol Hill rioter, Baked Alaska, congratulated him for trending on Twitter.
Yeah, we love our cops, our law enforcement. We love the military, they're important.
A few days later, Jacob's name was mentioned on SNL, which he still cites as one of his greatest achievements. 8 days after the Elizabeth Warren press conference, they held another one yet again. This time to smear Kamala Harris with a bogus story about her, quote, sexcapades with a 26-year-old personal trainer named Sean Newaldis. Wall and Berkman found Newaldis on Craigslist, where they posted a job offer for a male actor in his 20s to early 30s. Newaldis believed that he was participating in a show being developed by the defunct channel Spike TV, which had already been off the air for 2 years at that time. Newaldis also thought that the press conference was performance art, that the people who attended it were actors, and claimed that he didn't know who Kamala Harris was. I almost can't blame Newaldis for thinking that the press conference was performance art. Out of all the pressers that Wall and Berkman have held, this one's my favorite due to how truly absurd it is. It starts off with a rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner that's an absolute banger.
Join us in the singing of our national anthem. We give Miss Kylie Andrews joins us today. And here is Kylie.
Oh, say can.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bitch, if you don't get off the fucking mic. Shoot. You shoot. Get that bitch off the mic. What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. Like,
You see
uh,
the dawn's early light.
Following that, a fake reverend, who's also an actor, barely manages to read an opening prayer.
Reverend Daryl Thomas will lead us in a prayer for Kamala Harris. A prayer for Kamala Harris. Right into the mic.
I would like to issue the following prayer. Sodom and Gomorrah are the surrounding towns that gave themselves up to sexual immortality and perversion. Damn
Amen.
it be the harlot. Damn it be the whore. Damn it be the deviant.
This preacher, long story short, I caught him before the press conference, and I was like, what's going on? Why are you going to Jack Berkman, Jacob Wool's, kind of compound, kind of straight up tells me. He's like, oh, I'm getting paid, $200 to give, kind of this prayer. And I was like, oh, so they're paying you. And he's like, I'm like, do you know what's going on here? And then long story short, he had no idea. So there were kind of like signs that this was completely bogus and this was all kind of a scheme.
Halfway through the press conference, Jacob Wall pretends to be served with a fake cease and desist order from Kamala Harris.
Needs and desires. Hang on. What is this? What's going on here? What's going on here? What is this? Serve? Yes.
From the house.
Hang on. We've been served.
From the outside.
Hey, Jack.
To the Kamala Harris 2020 campaign. We will not be intimidated. This is a cease and desist, and she's asking us to cease and desist. Let me say loud and clear, we have no intention of ceasing and desisting.
I'm gonna be honest. I love this guy. This guy, I guarantee he has a humiliation fetish. Like, he replays this at home and jacks off. Like, there's no other reason why he's doing this.
We will get the truth out. The truth will come out.
So yeah, it was a big, glorious mess.
Jacob, at the beginning of one of them, had taken a hose, like that he turns the water on and then had a so that it would be ready to shoot. Like it was one of those, a hose with at the end a like a pistol thing.
I think he's having it available so he can shoot water at people, right? So
Well, as soon as they handed out the press release, I kind of snuck behind their little car here and turned off their hose.
He turned the water on and had it available there so he could spray people if they were bothering him. And at one point he actually tried to do that. I think they threw a donut at him or something, and he was like, "That's it, I'm gonna get the hose."
I can't hear you. You got to tell this guy to stop, or I'm gonna spray him.
Right.
And then he I think he tried to spray it, but someone had turned the water off before, so it wouldn't work even if he tried. And that seemed to have been effective.
Here, we demand a polygraph, and she can pick her own polygrapher. Pick her. No, don't do that.
Once Nawaldis realized what he participated in, he recorded a video explaining how he was duped. Only 11 days after the Kamala Harris press conference, they held another one with the formerly gay and now totally straight media.
Oh, if you don't know who this is, this was the, what is it? A top advisor for Yeezy, Kanye's brand, who was just fired. And he's also a pedophile. So.
Personality Milo Yiannopoulos. This time they offered a 2-for-1 special. Ted Cruz is a swinger, and Nancy Pelosi is a drug addict. The video of the press conference is almost unwatchable because a member of the crowd blares an air horn throughout the whole thing.
And if you are a candidate in any party and you want to vet internet rumors, you come here to us. You come here to us.
That's too good. I'm
and you vet those rumors. If you don't come to us, you will not run.
Also, at one point, someone starts chucking donuts at Jacob Wall.
Was wearing. You've mentioned multiple things in the past.
I thought her. All right, I think I threw 4 donuts at Jacob Wall.
The crowd was so unruly that the Arlington County Police showed up after receiving a noise complaint. Then a woman who claimed that her name was Kay Feller talked about an alleged affair she had with Senator Ted Cruz, which included details of several encounters at swinger parties.
On March 17th, we attended in Houston a masked swingers party. The senator had an immersed concern that he might be recognized, so he wore a mask that obscured his whole face.
It was later discovered that Kay Feller's name was actually Kylie Garcia Andrews, and that she was the same woman who sang the national anthem at the Kamala Harris press conference, which was held only 11 days prior. She wore sunglasses as a disguise, and when someone asked why she was wearing them, Jacob claimed that she had glaucoma.
Why is your witness here or your accuser wearing glasses?
I'll tell you exactly why. It's because she's got glaucoma. Now, we'd respect if you would show a little bit of reverence to her health issue. It's something that happens.
Kylie Garcia Andrews was a model who Wall hired off of Craigslist. He told her that she was participating in a political satire reality TV show for Spike TV. Throughout the event, Milo Yiannopoulos could be seen seated and smoking cigarettes while fiddling with his cell phone. He remained mostly silent, but when he finally spoke, this is what he had to say.
Why are you a pedophile?
Well, as you know, it's been a
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Why are you a pedophile? You see, he is. Oh my fucking god, that was incredible.
challenging year or two for me, and unfortunately, I've fallen so far, so hard. I've now been reduced to my previous career before I was a journalist, and I am Mr. Wall's personal stylist.
A week later, Jacob gloated on Instagram that he hit the trending tab 9 times in 1 year, stating, "I promise you, no one else in politics has more fun than I do." On December 13th, 2019, Jack Berkman tweeted that GOP sources informed
That was
him of
not me,
photos
by
that
the way.
showed United States Representative Adam Schiff, together with the disgraced former DNC donor Ed Buck and a naked black man. Ed Buck was a businessman and political fundraiser for the Democratic National Committee. In 2019, he was arrested after a man legally overdosed in his apartment. It was later discovered that Ed Buck injected him with methamphetamine. Another man died in a similar fashion in 2017. A third man overdosed after being injected by Buck, but survived. So Berkman used this horrific story to smear Adam Schiff. Jack Berkman tweeted, quote, "The salacious photos of Adam Schiff recovered during the federal raids on Ed Buck's drug dens appear to have been taken surreptitiously, according to several congressional staffers who've seen the photos. In other words, this may have been an Epstein situation." Wally Berkman teased the photos for weeks, claiming that they planned to release them if the House GOP leadership did not do so.
Welcome to Behind the Curtain. Well, Jack in Pittsburgh. I'm a Jack from Pittsburgh. We've never had you, though, Jack. Welcome. There's another Jack. I'm a Jack from Pittsburgh originally. And Jack writes, "Jack, you and Jacob Wool will release tomorrow the Adam Schiff pictures. What is this all about?" Well, pictures that were seized in an FBI raid of Ed Buck's drug den. Remember Ed Buck's that bad guy in Hollywood, all kind of drugs. He's running kind of like this gay drug den with young boys, all kinds of things. Adam Schiff took a lot of money from Ed Buck. Buck raised money for Schiff for years, and now we have compromising pictures that have been given to us of Schiff in Buck's drug den. Can you believe it? Now, Kevin...
The better question is, can you believe it?
Kevin McCarthy, House Republican leadership, also has these pictures. We've given him until tomorrow at high noon to release them. He's our House Republican colleague. We want to give him a chance. He's concealing them. Kevin, if you don't, we will. 12:01 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 29th of January. Everybody will remember Wednesday, January 29th. We'll call it the Ides of January. Okay, go to...
First, they put out an obviously photoshopped image of Adam Schiff sitting with Ed Buck. Then, after much hype, Jack Berkman finally released...
Why do I have Hypixels? Yeah, because this is a texture pack. I'm macroing in the background on Skyblock.
Released the salacious photos, and someone was able to find that they were just blurry screenshots taken from gay porn. In 2018, Mark Tolson, a 60-year-old former analyst with the FBI, illegally accessed Jack Berkman's emails. He was able to do so because his wife worked for Jack Berkman and knew the password to Berkman's account. Tolson and his wife collected emails of interest and attempted to share it with a reporter and then an FBI agent. Tolson was later arrested and lost his job at the FBI. Mark Tolson took a plea deal, which required him to turn over 2 personal phones and 2 personal computers, and agreed to not contact Berkman again. Tolson was sentenced to 7 days in jail and a $500 fine. He claimed that he accessed Jack Berkman's emails in order to protect Robert Mueller from being smeared with false allegations. However, the prosecution noted that Berkman owed Tolson's wife money, and that Tolson had a personal vendetta against him. Tolson's decision to share the documents with a reporter before sharing them with the FBI also raised eyebrows. If Tolson simply wanted to protect Robert Mueller from being smeared, then why run to the press? 3 months after Tolson pleaded guilty, Wall and Berkman tried to drum up hype for a press conference in which they would reveal new evidence that they claimed showed the U.S. Attorney's Office used a FISA warrant to search their personal email. The press release was clearly fabricated and no one cared, perhaps because it lacked the salacious elements of their more popular announcements. And in the end, they didn't hold a press conference. However, a few weeks later, Wall would get the attention he craved once again, albeit inadvertently. On January 3, 2020, Wall was mocked on Twitter after he said that he would enlist in the army if Trump attacked Iran. A screenshot of the DM was shared on Twitter, and Jacob Wall once again went trending, which I'm sure he was delighted about. If you're familiar with the name Roger Stone, it should be clear that Jacob Wall tries to emulate him. Roger Stone is a political hatchetman who's been involved in politics since the 1970s. He did lobbying work for the campaigns of former presidents such as Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Trump. A self-described dirty trickster, Roger Stone has been a major force in shaping the conversation surrounding electoral politics in the last 50 years. Much of Roger Stone's legacy hinges on his willingness to sow deceit and disinformation, but unlike Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman, he's actually pretty good at it. He cut his teeth as one of the pioneers of negative campaign advertising shown on television in massive doses. He was one of the early architects of the Super PAC system, and he shaped what it means to be a modern DC lobbyist today. Roger Stone describes himself as an agent provocateur who is fine with achieving his political goals by utilizing distortions and half-truths. Through his willingness to use dirty tactics, he has gained infamy. As Ed Rollins, a Republican political consultant, said, Roger was always a little rat. For most of his career, Stone managed to remain within the confines of the law, but in 2019 he was arrested and indicted for lying under oath about his knowledge of Hillary Clinton's hacked emails prior to WikiLeaks publishing them. On January 25th, 2019, Roger Stone's home was raided by the FBI in connection with Special Counsel Robert Mueller's probe into Russian interference in the 2016 election.
There you go, Pete.
Stone was arrested and charged with 1 count of obstruction of an official proceeding, 5 counts of false statements, and 1 count of witness tampering. A year later, a jury convicted Stone on all counts. He was eventually pardoned by Donald Trump on December 23, 2020. Wall and Berkman tried to insert themselves into Roger Stone's trial, first by creating a donation fund, then by releasing sealed jury questionnaire documents. It's unclear how they managed to get their hands on these documents. It was perhaps the first time that they had an exclusive to share with the public, but the way they shared the information was poorly executed. They arrived at CPAC, an annual convention organized by the American Conservative Union, and were promptly escorted out of the building.
Hey, you tricked me. You tricked me, you.
Outside, they held a press conference. Wall and Berkman claimed that the juror documents revealed that the jury was packed with extreme leftists and people with ties to the CIA.
The jury was packed with people that have ties to the CIA. And of course, as you look through these jury questionnaires, what I would point out is there's not a single person in this jury that says they watch Fox News. All of these people say that they're religious Rachel Maddow viewers, that they're religious Chris Hayes viewers, that they are religious followers of Russiagate conspiracy theory coverage.
During all of this, Jack and Jacob have an event where they release the jury questionnaires, which are confidential materials that are meant to prove on their behalf that somehow these jurors are irredeemably biased against Roger Stone. Now, what these work out to basically are just jurors who say, like, I watch MSNBC and stuff. I mean, this is not really like groundbreaking stuff.
Roger Stone asked for a retrial, citing the single juror who said that she watches Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes. She also listed left-leaning publications like CNN, Politico, and The Hill. The foreperson was also the only one on the jury who described Roger Stone's arrest as being connected to Russian collusion in the 2016 election. As for the claim that the jury was packed with individuals from the CIA and the FBI, well, one juror said that they had a friend who worked with the FBI, and another juror said that their father worked with the CIA in the 1960s. So even though Wall and Berkman finally managed to get their hands on legitimate documents, they failed to do anything with their scoop other than wildly exaggerate its contents and make baseless claims. Sometime later, it was disclosed that the FBI investigated Wall and Berkman for potential witness harassment, criminal contempt, and obstruction of justice for releasing the confidential juror questionnaires.
But apparently it catches the attention of the FBI because these materials are supposed to be confidential, and Jack and Jacob must have gotten them somehow. Did they get them from the prosecutors? Maybe, probably not. More likely, someone on Roger Stone's defense team. So, a website down in the Cayman Islands noticed that these papers were put in the US court system, immediately sealed. I got them. And essentially, there's an ongoing investigation, as we talk now, into Jack and Jacob over the leak of these materials. Apparently, there's some federal prosecutors involved, the FBI is involved, and they did a search warrant on them. So it's it's potentially legally a very serious situation for them.
This marked the second time that the duo was investigated by the FBI. The first investigation took place during the Robert Mueller smear.
Before you started, but you are releasing the names of all 12 jurors.
That's right. The names of all the jurors are here. Make no mistake.
Speaking, right?
And their information, their full questionnaires.
Only 2 of them have actually put their names out to the public. So you're basically how the public is going to have the rest of them. How do you see that ethically? Generally, people consider it unethical for journalists, etc.
With the ethics, I'm not a philosopher. I don't comment on ethics. I can comment on legality. I'm a lawyer. There's nothing illegal about it in any way.
Sometime in April 2020, Jacob Wall made an OnlyFans account. The guys who run the podcast, Yeah But Still, paid for it and said that it was just full of shirtless photos of Jacob. Why someone would pay $50 for that, other than as a joke, is beyond my comprehension. Although there are people like Brad Palumbo who wrote an article called "It's Okay to Admit That Jacob Wall is Extremely Attractive," so I guess he does have some admirers. A few months after launching his OnlyFans account, he made a video called "My 7 Months Not Natural Transformation," in which he explained how steroids helped him sculpt his newly acquired physique. It was around this time that he started to sell a fitness course.
People look at this photo, and I still get the messages, and they say, steroids, you did steroids. Well, yeah, I did. You bet.
Wall and Berkman's next smear attempt was against Dr. Anthony Fauci. Jacob's girlfriend at the time, Diana Andrade, emailed a number of journalists a fake story about being sexually assaulted by Fauci in 2014. It's startling how similar this smear attempt was to the Robert Mueller smear. You'd think that they would have learned from that screw-up, but no, they pretty much made all the same mistakes. First, a press release was sent to journalists announcing a presser in which Diana Andrade would speak about her sexual assault by Fauci. On the press release was the names of her supposed representation. 2 lawyers, Rhonda Abramson and Richard Whitley. Rhonda Abramson was confirmed to be a fake identity fairly quickly. Reporters at the Daily Dot looked into her fake law firm and couldn't find proof that it existed. They also couldn't confirm that she worked at the company she had listed on her LinkedIn account as her former employers. Moreover, they ran her profile picture through a website called Have They Faked Me, which showed that the photo was likely an AI-generated image. When the Daily Dot reached out to Wall, he told them that he had nothing to do with the Fauci accuser. Despite that, he and Jack Berkman showed up on the day of the press conference, which was organized as a conference call between themselves and journalists. When they arrived, they stated that they were asked to participate due to them being, quote, preeminent subject matter experts in the field of Me Too. 10 days later, Andrade fessed up to lying about the sexual assault and accepting money from Wall and Berkman to do so. She recorded a phone call which is quite revealing in showing how the duo pressures people to participate in their smears.
Well, I actually want to talk to you guys because I'm kind of like paranoid and dealing with a lot of emotions, and I want you guys to reassure me that everything's fine. But I don't think it is. So
what could be wrong, Diana? What could be wrong? I mean, I think everything's just fine. You did the job. You did a good job. You got paid. What's the problem? What seems to be freaking out. You're texting me late at night. What's the issue?
Don't know what to do with all this cash. I mean, someone told me. I mean, you guys told me I was gonna get a wire transfer, and I didn't get a wire transfer. Now I have this cash, and I look like I can't walk into a bank with this, especially during these times. What am I gonna say? Where did I get this money from? They're gonna think I'm like
You don't go to the ATM for 2 years. Just keep the money. You don't have to deposit it. Just keep it. Don't go to an ATM for 2 years. That's all.
Well, even if I was to distribute this or find a way to get rid of it or keep it safe, I mean, I still feel like, you know, I kind of just want to give it back. And actually, I don't know what to do because
Confused. Okay, so you have the cash. The deal. We did what we did. What's? I don't understand what the problem.
I just
is. Okay,
feel like
Done. It's over.
I don't think this was the right thing to do because I'm looking at the guy, you know, I see all his statements. I wanted to become a doctor as well, you know. You guys know this. I was studying biochemistry. And I agree with what he says. I think he's actually trying to do something. But you guys are just trying to destroy him, like bring him down and have all these accusations. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, you know, just trying to save people's lives.
when you deal with a man, this guy shut the country down. He put 40 million people out of work. In a situation like that, you have to make up whatever you have to make up to stop that train. And that's the way life works, okay? That's the way it goes.
I feel like you are not connected at all with science or, you know, I don't think you guys think this thing is...
Viruses like this happen for a reason, okay?
It's not just any virus. I mean, it's a huge deal. I mean, I don't even think you guys think it's a real virus. I think you guys think it's like something made up, and it's not.
Look, here's the thing. Mother Nature has to clean the barn every so often. I mean, you know, I don't see anything. How real it is, who knows? But you know, so what if 1% of the population goes? You know, so what if you lose 400,000 people? 200,000 of them are elderly. The other 200,000 are the bottom of society. You got to clean the barn.
So
I mean,
what?
if it's real, it's a positive thing, for God's sakes. You were readily volunteering for this. You were well paid to do what you did. And now we're done. That's all. It's game over. Then look, we're one and done, okay? So you made up a story. So what? You got paid for it. Who cares? You made up a story about it. Doesn't happen. It's done. And that's it. That's all there is. Don't talk to anyone about this. Not your parents, not anyone. And it'll be fine.
Okay. And is Dr. Fauci fine? I mean, is everything going to be fine with him?
Hell with him. Don't worry. Hell with him. So what? So what? You made up a story. Grow up, for Christ's sake. I mean, Jesus Christ. Come on now.
Sometime later...
I was muted this whole time. God fucking damn it. I've been talking to you the past 10 minutes. Damn it. It's me. I keep pausing it because I kept saying shit the whole time. But apparently y'all haven't been hearing it, so that's my fault.
Wal Berkman and Diana Andrade called into a radio show, and it's a fascinating listen.
None other than Jacob Wall joining us right now on the line. Jacob, I appreciate you coming on. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm here, guys, and it's great to join you on the show. And also with me, I thought it would be great. I have Jack.
Yeah, I kept pausing and saying shit. Like, during that whole phone call, I was like, yeah, bitch, whatever, shut up. He's gay. He did all that shit. Okay, shut up, bitch. And you're like, I'm losing my mind. I'm like, what? Do you not hear me?
Berkman as well, and I have Diana, the girl who yesterday blew the whistle. She joins us here on the phone as well.
Diana, I appreciate you coming on. I guess I will start with you. All the reports came out yesterday that you claim that you were paid by Jacob Wall to lie and say that Dr. Fauci sexually assaulted you. Why did you say that, and what can you tell us about it?
No, I did not say this. I did not say this, and this didn't happen.
So you were not sexually assaulted?
No.
So how are you connected to Jacob Wool then and Jack Berkman? I'm completely confused because all the reports that came out in the last several days.
I'm also mildly perplexed.
I am. All the reports that came out yesterday are claiming that you were told that you were paid to smear Dr. Fauci, and now you're telling me that this sexual assault never happened in the first place. So I'm extremely confused. What's the truth here?
I was paid to lie, but I didn't lie.
So who paid you to lie?
I'm not sure.
Well, okay.
Let me jump in.
No. I'll let you jump in a second. Hold on a second, Jack. Hang on a second. You're telling me.
She said that
hold on a second.
That she took
JD,
the money.
JD,
she took the money
hang
and didn't follow through with her end of the agreement.
You got to let me, ma'am. With all due respect, you're telling me you were told to lie, and you can't tell us on live radio now who told you to lie, ma'am. That makes no sense. You're losing credibility by the second.
Who told me to lie?
Yeah.
Jacob told me to lie.
I want to go to Jacob right now. Jacob, now you have a woman. Hold on. Now you have a woman on the line right now. You heard it yourself. Who says you told her to lie and you paid her to smear Dr. Fauci? What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, she did not say that I paid her. First of all, she did not say that.
She just said that. That's not true. She just said that. Jacob, with all due respect,
she didn't.
She just said you told her to lie. Okay, well, let's ask her then. Who paid you? Who paid you? Ma'am, with all due respect, who paid you?
I didn't know the guy. He came somewhere and
But you brought up Jacob's name. Okay, but you brought up Jacob's name. You specifically just said that Jacob told you to lie. He gave you a script.
Yeah, Jacob told me to lie.
Okay, Jacob, why are you telling her to lie?
Well, I disagree with her characterization, and I will tell you that.
What do you mean you disagree with the characterization?
From the very beginning, we're concerned with the truth and only the truth. That's what
she just said. You told her to lie. Jacob, I like you. Okay,
and Brian, keep in mind that Jack alluded to the fact that they are following marching orders as well.
Listen,
that they are being told to tell someone else to do something based on apparently someone as high as the President of the United States.
Listen, Jacob, look, you're a funny guy. You're well-spoken. I appreciate you guys coming on. Did you expect this woman to come on the line right now and basically call you a liar? Because that's what she just did.
Well, I don't know if that's what she said, but I'm glad that
What do you mean? Wait, hold on a second.
We could put everything on
Hold on a second. Jacob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. See, when you say stuff like that, you lose credibility. She just called you a liar 5 minutes ago. She just said, quote, Jacob told me to lie. And then you say, well, I don't know if that's what she said. I'm sorry, I have to hold you to account. That's exactly what she said. Why can't you answer a direct question? She just called you a liar. You have nothing to say for yourself.
Like I said, I don't agree with that characterization. I don't think that's really what she said. I think
that's exactly what she said.
On June 3rd, 2020, Wall and Berkman put out a press release in the midst of the riots caused by the death of George Floyd, which said that they would assemble 800 attack dogs for defense of...
Excuse me? Bro's calling in his kill streak. What the fuck?
The suburbs. Of course, that never happened. They also visited protests to own the libs by yelling at them to go home with a loudspeaker.
You're very overweight. Please get out of the road.
I had coffee in my mouth. Oh my fuck. I love these guys.
You are ordered to disperse. Go home, dude. Vicious dogs are on the way. Donald Trump is your president.
On July 2nd, 2020, Wall and Berkman held a press conference claiming that they were paid $20,000 to defend Ghislaine Maxwell, which turned out to be another lie.
There is no person that walks the earth today that is a bigger victim of Jeffrey Epstein.
Are those paintball guns? I don't know why they look like paintball guns. They look like they got the little canister on top.
Than Ghislaine Maxwell. You see, what you have is a number of allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, against Ghislaine Maxwell. And what we now know is that the group of people that have brought these accusations are not credible. One might just say that it's a sea of whores.
On September 14th, 2000...
Did he call children whores? Did he just call children whores?
2020, they faked an FBI raid on Jack Berkman's house. Turns out that they hired actors off of Craigslist to pose as FBI agents. Why they did this? Again, who knows? And on September 20th, 2020, Jacob Wall got punched at a Ruth Bader Ginsburg morning event. The next day, he went on social media to whine about it a lot. On August 3rd, 2020, Merritt Corrigan, a former deputy White House liaison for the U.S. Agency of International Development, was fired after she posted homophobic tweets. Our homo empire could not tolerate even one commercial enterprise not in full submission to the tyrannical LGBT agenda. For too long, I've remained silent as the media has attacked me for my Christian beliefs, which are shared by the majority of Americans.
Shit, if we're going off of Christian beliefs, bitch, why do you have internet? Why are you not taking care of the children? If we gonna nitpick everything in the Bible, bitch.
Let me be clear. Gay marriage isn't marriage. Men aren't women. The United States is losing ground in the battle to garner influence through humanitarian aid because we now refuse to help countries who don't celebrate sexual deviancy. Meanwhile, Russia and China are happy to step in and eat our lunch. And again, in another tweet, she wrote, I watched with horror this week as USAID distributed taxpayer-funded documents claiming we cannot tell someone's sex or gender by looking at them, and that not calling oneself cisgendered is a microaggression. I'm not cis anything. I'm a woman. Corrigan announced that she would appear at a press conference held by Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman to discuss, quote, the rampant anti-Christian sentiment at USAID. Corrigan never attended the press conference. Instead, hours before it was meant to take place, she claimed that Wall and Berkman kidnapped her. She released a statement that said she didn't make the tweets that got her fired, and that Wall and Berkman forcibly took her devices to do so. In response, Wall said in a statement that he and Merritt Corrigan were involved in a, quote, intense sexual relationship. Okay, finally, I'm going to talk about the robocalls.
Mail-in voting sounds great, but did you know that if you vote by mail, your personal information will be part of a public database that will be used by police departments to track down old warrants and be used by credit card companies to collect outstanding debt? The CDC is even pushing to use records for mail-in voting to track people for mandatory vaccines. Don't be finessed into giving your private information to the man. Stay safe and beware of vote by mail.
What you just listened to is a robocall which was sent to 85,000 people in Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. These robocalls targeted mostly black people in disenfranchised neighborhoods with the purpose of deterring them from voting in the 2020 election. The robocall stated that mail-in voting would be used by police departments to track down old warrants, as well as by debt collectors, and by the CDC to track down people for mandatory vaccines. In Michigan, the Attorney General filed several charges against Wall and Berkman for disseminating the robocalls. On October 8th, 2020, the duo turned themselves in to the Detroit Detention Center. They arrived with a camera crew and smiled in their mugshots. Their bond was set at $100,000. They were sued in New York by the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, who argued that they violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871.
What the fuck is that? Wait, time out. Time out. What is this? Yeah.
They said that Wall and Berkman spread disinformation, which purposely targeted black voters in urban areas in order to intimidate those voters into not participating in the 2020 election. The judge granted their request for a restraining order against Wall and Berkman to prevent them from sending additional robocalls. The judge also ordered them to notify every recipient of the calls that the robocalls were false and illegal. They also sent robocalls to Ohio and were charged with several felonies
Literally
there as well.
only in
They
Ohio.
pleaded not guilty, but a verdict has yet to be made. Okay, so that's about it. That's about everything they've done.
Alright, so if you thought that was crazy, we're gonna watch a video that's about 50 times crazier. It was one we were gonna watch, but I ended up pausing it, so...
His life's mission was to be...
this guy. We were watching this, but we didn't start it. Who's still here, by the way? Just curious, real quick. Do I even have any people in here? Oh yeah, we got some people. Fuck you, Leah.
Last Wednesday, a court in Afghanistan convicted 3 Americans of torturing Afghans in an illegal private prison. The alleged ringleader of the operation is a former Green Beret named Jonathan Edema, his nickname Jack.
Okay. Meet Jack. This is Jack in Afghanistan holding an AK-47 and riding on the back of a horse. Here he is on the night of his wedding, flanked by 2 security guards, with his bride in his lap. His wedding took place at his Arabian-style house in Mexico, which was inexplicably located right next to a traditional-style Japanese home. To say that Jonathan Keith Idema, aka Jack, was a bizarre eccentric would be an understatement. Over the course of this tale, you'll come to understand exactly what I mean. But first, let's go back to Jack riding on a horse in Afghanistan. This footage was taken in the early 2000s, only a few years into the war in Afghanistan. Jack was not there as an active duty soldier. He was not a private military contractor. Instead, he was a 45-year-old ex-con that entered Afghanistan after 9/11 with the goal of collecting the $25 million reward on Osama bin Laden's head. The fact that he was a civilian did nothing to stop him from traveling to a war-torn country and making a chaotic situation even more screwy.
He's got his RPG.
Back there! Tell that guy, what's he? Stop that car! No, but put your fucking hands up! I'll blow your fucking brains out!
In Afghanistan, Jack managed to trick the US government, Afghan officials, and the media into believing that he was an active duty Special Forces operative working on behalf of the Pentagon.
Kill as many Taliban and Al-Qaeda as you can and try to take Kabul in 6 months. Well, in 62 days, Kabul was free.
I want to press how insane this situation was. Jack just
Welcome
rolled
back.
into a war-torn country pretending to be an active duty Green Beret, and did it so well that NATO coalition forces helped him apprehend suspected terrorists in 3 different raids.
Hello, guys. Hello. Hello. Hands up! Nobody move! Hands up! Hands up! Now! Larry, Charlie, take the other room! Down! Down! Hands up!
May the Lord put your bad internet onto Leah.
Eventually, things went way too far after Jack created a fake paramilitary group called Task Force Saber 7, rented a property which he turned into a private prison, and started torturing Afghans who he suspected to be terrorists. Jack and the rest of Task Force Saber 7 were eventually arrested and charged in Afghan courts. But before I get to that, I want to get down to the essence of who Jack Idema was. This was the movie that changed everything for Jack. The Green Berets, co-directed by and starring John Wayne. Now, this movie was pretty controversial when it came out, since it clashed with growing anti-war sentiments at the time by unabashedly celebrating the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War. Protests were held against the movie. The late film critic Roger Ebert called it offensive propaganda, and watching it made a 12-year-old Jack Idema decide to become a Green Beret. Jack enlisted in the Army on February 25th, 1975 when he was 18 years old. Although he achieved his dream of becoming a Green Beret, his military career was turbulent and short-lived. During Phase 1 of his Special Forces qualification course, he was caught stealing. His commanding officer wrote that he had an irrational tendency towards violence after he attacked another officer. In an evaluation report, a captain described him as, quote, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature, and enlisted
Leah,
man
I've
that I have
gotten
ever
3
known.
huges today. How's that make you
Jack's
feel?
stint in the Army lasted 3 years, and in the end, he was honorably discharged and banned from ever re-enlisting. Although Jack would later claim that he had 12 years experience in the Special Forces, 22 years in combat training, and 18 years in covert military special operations, in reality, he never saw any combat. Following his time in the Army, he joined the reserves for 3 years, and then the individual ready reserves for another 3 years after that.
I got one from prison cell. I got a golden one from the tech chest. And then I rolled a golden kangaroo on my alt account.
So the next 17 years of Jack Idema's life can be summed up as being chock full of petty crime, failing businesses, and tough guy antics. Jack was arrested a lot of times during the 80s and 90s for things ranging from discharging a firearm into a dwelling to being a fugitive from justice. Surprisingly, he managed to escape being convicted for all of these charges, except for his arrest in 1994, which I'll get to later. To understand Jack Idema, you have to understand the subculture and readership of Soldier of Fortune magazine. Soldier of Fortune magazine billed itself as the journal for professional adventurers. Covered stuff like paramilitary operations, guns, wars, and spies. Its readership was mostly made up of ex-military types and military fetishists with a desire for excitement, adventure, and action. Flipping through the pages of Soldier of Fortune magazine gives you a better sense of why Rambo wannabes loved it so much. Underwater knife fighting techniques. Another example is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier of Fortune readership, Jack Idema was a man who didn't get his chance to fight in a war, even though he desperately wanted to. So he decided to use his short stint in the Special Forces as a selling point to establish businesses which relied on people believing that he was the ultimate badass. He opened a counterterrorism training school called Counter Academy, which attracted a clientele of military personnel, police officers, and weekend warriors looking for excitement. In a news segment covering Counter Group, Jack demonstrates the type of training the school gave.
Fire! Recover! Re-verify your sights! Holster! Without target discrimination training, we will have little or no hope of identifying the hostage and the terrorists. In this drill, circle, diamond, square, you will pick out the correct target.
Around this time, Jack also started a mail-order business selling paintball equipment and non-lethal military gear. He's still respected to this day by paintball enthusiasts who regard him as a pioneer in the sport who sold high-quality equipment. He also organized Special Forces expos which attracted the Soldier of Fortune crowd and acted as a venue for him to sell his gear. In 1991, he met a subcontractor who offered him a job training police officers in Lithuania. After spending some time in Lithuania, Jack contacted the Pentagon and the FBI claiming to have unraveled an underworld plot. The Russian mafia, Jack said, was smuggling portable nuclear weapons in backpacks out of the country. When the FBI asked Jack for his sources, he refused to reveal them out of fear that the FBI was compromised by KGB agents. When Jack returned to the United States in 1992, his business, Idema Combat Systems, was floundering. In an effort to save his business, he set up a shell company to purchase supplies which he did not pay for. In 1994, he was arrested along with his girlfriend, Patricia Dawn Glosson, for defrauding 60 companies out of $250,000. In court, Jack legally represented himself. He argued that he was the victim of an FBI plot and claimed that the agency carried a vendetta against him because he did not reveal his sources for the information he provided to them concerning the backpack nuke smuggling operation. The judge presiding over his case said he thought that insanity might be Jack's best defense. On April 11, 1995, Jack was sentenced to 4 years in prison and fined $250,000. After being sentenced, Jack screamed that he was innocent and that he would sue the FBI. While working on this video, I reached out to everyone who knew Jack in real life to ask them about him. And that's how I found Ron Barber. Ron was in prison at the same time as Jack. And he was inside for, well, I'll let Ron tell you why.
My name is Ronald Gene Barber. I was a member of the Army Intelligence working for NSA. In early 1994, I was charged with the attempted assassination of former President Bill Clinton.
Huh? Excuse me? Hello? What? Huh? The what?
I was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus 3 years probation.
Ron told me that he was hosting a party and that he was secretly recorded while he was drunk saying,
Supposedly I was going to shoot Bill Yeah, I was going to get him when he was jogging, and then I was going to hot-foot it over to the White House, leap the fence and run in and grab her and stomp her to death.
Found guilty of making threats against the president, he was sent to a prison where he met Jack Idema. So you told me before, the last time that we talked, that you and like a group of people that he kind of put together in prison, you guys were all filing lawsuits, and I think you mentioned that one of them was like an attorney.
Some of the guys there that were on this legal team of Idemas really were lawyers. In fact, one of them was a former senator from New Jersey, state senator, not a U.S. senator. Idema, he had a good legal mind. He was suing everybody that I guess he ever met in his life. Idema was just to be spiteful and be vengeful. He would, they'd put him on, maybe send him to the mess hall, put him on pots and pans, and he would sue the guard that gave him the detail. He made himself very unpopular with the prison administration and the guards, but very popular with the inmates. And he always wanted to do that. He always wanted to stand out in the crowd and be noticed and be a hero, so to speak.
And Ron's right. Jack's life's mission was to be seen as a heroic, larger-than-life badass, which is why between filing numerous frivolous lawsuits and appeals from his prison cell, he was also occupied with trying to adapt his life story into a feature film. Jack wanted to find someone who could tell his story the way he wanted it to be told. In other words, the story he wanted to be told was like fanfiction of himself. In his version of events, he possessed a storied history full of top-secret operations.
About the greatest man to have ever lived. Backstory, he's just a fraudster. This talk about his earlier life, he didn't really miss much.
Which were so hush-hush that they were scrubbed from his military record.
Macroing? No.
According to him, he was, quote, one of the only 24 elite super-secret Hwarang Do warriors clandestinely trained at Fort Bragg. He said he had top grades in every subject and was on his way to Harvard Law before deciding to become a Green Beret. He was also a part of the Army's top-secret SOT course, where they trained their elite ninja-type commando teams. So Jack really wanted to adapt his story into a film, and it was while he was in prison where he finally found an end. He met an award-winning CBS journalist and documentary filmmaker named Gary Skirka, who paid him a visit after reading about him in an issue of Soldier of Fortune magazine. In Gary Skirka, Jack found a documentarian who promised to share his story with the world.
This is a story of perseverance and patriotism, friendships and devotion to duty, and treachery at the highest levels of the United States government. Robbed of his freedom, they thought he would break. They were wrong. Now Keith Idema is out and ready to tell the world his remarkable story.
After 3 years, Jack was released from prison on September 16, 1997, and he returned to Cumberland County in Fayetteville, North Carolina. While working on this documentary, I was given access to a vast amount of Jack's personal files for the purposes of this project. Sifting through his documents shows bits and pieces of Jack's life after being released from prison. In a letter written to his probation officer, he requested to travel from North Carolina to New York and then to New Hampshire.
Yeah, because at the end of the game, it's really just a thing of cheating in general. Because a lot of people, they aren't even at their computer doing this. Most people are just doing other shit. But see, I'm dumb, so I'm doing it here.
Sure, on business for his employer, Static Control Components. The director of Static Control Components was Jack's lawyer named Skip London. Skip is a property attorney. He met Jack in the early 90s and represented him. On the phone, Skip told me that Jack worked at Static Control Components for a few years as the head of a team of security guards. Skip indicated that Jack was hyper-vigilant. He told me, quote, some people you have to tell to start, but he was the kind of guy that you had to tell to stop. Soon, Jack started a business called the Ultimate Pet Resort with his prison pen pal turned lover, Victoria Runningwell. It was described as a cozy bed and breakfast for dogs and cats. Jack was an animal lover, and from what I can tell, he possessed an idealistic vision for the pet resort's facilities.
I'm on Mac. I don't know if that makes a difference, though.
Which consisted of open spaces for the pets to roam freely, and a promise to never enclose them in cages. Prominently featured on the Ultimate Pet Resort's website was Jack's dog named Sarge. Jack claimed that Sarge could parachute out of helicopters and could sniff out bombs. He also said that he was saving Sarge's DNA to have him cloned after his death. So the late 90s were fairly eventful for Jack. He was staying out of trouble, his business was doing well, and he was working on seeing his life story made into a motion picture. But then, 9/11 happened. In an unpublished manuscript that Jack wrote called The Sixth Pillar, Task Force 7, he wrote, "Life was good. I had a house, a dog, a hot tub, a new turbocharged Grand Prix, a great job, and a beautiful wife. My old enemy, the Soviet Union, was extinct. Everything was grand. Then the fucking terrorists blew up New York." Like so many others, our lives were changed that day. But my destiny was clear. I would engage terrorists wherever they were, wherever they hid, wherever they ran. I would die before I let them do this again. In order to enter Afghanistan, Jack contacted a humanitarian aid worker and Vietnam vet named Ed Artis. He told Artis that Gary Skirka of National Geographic wanted to make a documentary about his humanitarian organization, Knightsbridge International, and their efforts in Afghanistan. In the email, Jack described the idea of the documentary, saying, "You know, ex-military guys doing humanitarian work while bombs fall around them kind of stuff. Coverage is good, but with me, it's mission first. It's not about me." If you've been paying attention, you know by now that that surely was not the case. Of course, Jack planned to make it all about himself. As Robert Pelton writes in his book, License to Kill, Jack had never been to Afghanistan or been seriously involved in humanitarian work, but saw an opportunity to use the lens of a documentarian's camera to record for posterity all the heroic deeds he intended to commit, or at least dramatize. It wasn't long before it became obvious to Ed Artis what Jack's intentions for the project were. According to Artis, when he first met Jack, Jack announced that he wanted to, quote, "kill every fucking Afghan I see." He recounts that Jack
And that is 2,000 or 4,300 keys. Did I get a huge at all? I have not been paying attention. Of course not. Big ol' fucking waste of time again.
Tried very hard to make himself the star of the documentary and said, quote, "He's the dumbest fuck I have ever met." Artis recalled a time when Jack pushed a humanitarian aid worker out of the way so he could pose for a photo op with an expensive EKG machine meant to be delivered to those in need. Eventually, Artis became fed up with Jack's behavior and told Gary Skirka that he would not participate in the documentary unless Jack stayed away while they were shooting it. On November 11th, 2001, Gary Skirka was badly injured by shrapnel from an artillery blast and was medevaced back to the United States a few weeks earlier than he planned to leave. A reporter named Tim Friend said that after he and a group of others carried Skirka...
What? It's a scam? I don't know if it's a scam or we just got unlucky. I mean, I already used my luck today because I dropped these two. Plus I got a, another one that I gave to my other account. I don't really know if I'd say I got scammed or not, but definitely ain't nice.
Skirka to safety and dress his wounds, Jack arrives with a cameraman. Quote, "Just when we finish dressing Skirka's leg, Jack runs up screaming. He
Titanic when? Wait, keys or tickets?
Rips off the bandages and redresses the wounds. Basically, he was acting in front of the camera. With Skirka gone, there was no documentary left to work on. Jack was only there as a security guard, not a filmmaker, and Ed Artis wanted nothing to do with him. Sometime later, Ed Artis faxed this warning about Jack to the US authorities. This man is a very dangerous person by virtue of his carelessness and stupidity. And before he gets someone killed, possibly me, or someone traveling with me inside Afghanistan, he needs to be removed from the area. So after a couple months, Jack was stuck in Afghanistan with no documentary and with nothing to do. So he adapted. Jack started tracking down the anti-Taliban soldiers of the Northern Alliance and making connections with them so he could pass himself off as a Northern Alliance advisor. It was around
Titanics are $9 bill. Before I even think about getting one, I need to try to at least get a full rainbow team eventually. Dog, why do you only have 5, ma?
Around this time that he took a stack of pictures of him posing with the Northern Alliance, saving children, dressing wounds, and staging other photo ops to make himself seem heroic. By this point in the war, the anti-Taliban forces in the Northern Alliance had taken over much of the country. Whether they knew that Jack wasn't officially sanctioned was unclear. Jack put together a small militia of Northern Alliance fighters and started offering journalists safe escorts into the Battle of Tora Bora for the price of $1,000 a head. Tora Bora was where the action was, and it was the story that most war journalists in the country wanted to.
By the way, if anybody has sprinklers for sale, if you have a decent amount of them, I'll pay you double
to report on, but it was far too dangerous to travel there on their own. Eric Campbell, a correspondent for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, recalls that 4 journalists had been murdered on the road from Kabul to Jalalabad less than a week earlier, and that he was stuck in Kabul until he met Jack, who offered to take him there. Journalists were used to Special Forces operatives who did not speak to the press due to their code of silence, but Jack would talk willingly. And Jack always had a way to back up his Arab
What's your IGN? I'll send
In an
you
article
these.
written by a journalist named Richard S. Ehrlich, who interviewed Jack several times, he writes, Jack displayed a resume that he kept on his laptop, which listed military
I'll send you
badges he
these, I
said
don't
he had
mind.
earned. But his biography stopped in 1991. When asked about the 1990s, Jack would say, "For over 10 years, I've been black," implying secret missions he could not divulge.
Well, Jack, I suppose the question people are wondering is what's a Green Beret veteran doing leading a security convoy in Afghanistan?
Well, we've had a problem since I got here with security of journalists, security of aid workers, humanitarian aid workers, and even foreigners. As you know, there were one guy killed in Taliban, 4 were robbed and killed on the road from Jalalabad. When the National Geographic guy was wounded, I was there in Calcutta, and we tried to air asset him out and get him out of medevac, and we had a difficult time doing it. So we've been batting around the idea of security protection force for journalists, aid workers, and foreigners.
In October 2001 and June 2002, Jack appeared in over 1,000 U.S. newspapers and over 250 television news shows. He served as a commentator on Fox News and was paid $500 per appearance. It was a lucrative hustle, and it helped fund his stay in Afghanistan. On one occasion, he charged a room full of journalists $100 per person to attend a press conference with a local warlord named Hazrat Ali. It was later revealed that he duped the warlord by telling him that the journalists were Pentagon officials. Jack was clearly a bullshit artist of the highest degree, but that's only part of the reason why he was able to trick so many people. The emergence of private military contractors and guns for hire created an environment where it became difficult to distinguish Jack from an officially sanctioned mercenary. Jack looked the part with his dark shades, desert camouflage fatigues, and military haircut. There were hundreds of guys like that in Afghanistan at the time, ex-military types working for PMCs. However, the obvious difference between them and Jack was that they were legit and he was not. As an Afghan businessman told the New York Times, "If you're blonde or a Westerner and you're wearing black sunglasses, carrying a pistol in a leg holster, and driving a car without a license plate, nobody would ever question who you are. People just assume you're CIA or Special Forces or someone dangerous. People stay away from you." Even though Jack looked the part, he gained a controversial reputation among many war journalists who ridiculed him behind his back. In his book, Robert Pelton writes that journalists would call Jack Mr. Potato Head due to his mercurial ability to portray himself as a private military contractor or CIA or a Special Forces operative, depending on who he spoke to. Jack also gained a reputation for his violent tendencies. On one occasion, he pulled out a gun on a journalist named Tom Robertson and shot at him, nearly missing. And the only reason Jack was upset enough to try to shoot him was because Robertson had interrupted him.
I just found those on the first thing. That's how it goes, baby. That's how they
Jack would often show up at the Intercontinental Hotel where most foreign journalists stayed,
those still
and
ain't
regale
bad.
them with tales of how he helped organize the operation to topple the Taliban. One day, he walked in with a box of cassette tapes and claimed that they contained 8 hours of Al-Qaeda training footage. On the tapes were target practice featuring Al-Qaeda members rolling over barrels, urban warfare simulations with moving targets, drive-by shootings on the back of a motorcycle, and rappelling down buildings. At the time, the media was paying a lot of money for tapes of Al-Qaeda and Taliban members, and Jack knew he could make bank off of them. He gave them to Eric Campbell, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation correspondent I mentioned earlier, who transferred, edited, and verified the authenticity of the tapes so they could be sold to broadcasters.
They sprayed the room a couple of times, and this tells me that at some point they put live hostages in here.
We toured the camp with a US Special Forces veteran now advising the Afghan military. For security reasons, he declines to give us his real name. He believes the tapes reveal their fanatical desire to rival their counter-terrorist opponents.
We've seen it in limited situations, but not in this wide range, not in a wide range that includes motorcades, close quarter battle, integrated assaults, open air assaults, linear target assaults, a whole spectrum of terroristic activities.
Northern Alliance soldiers discovered the tapes here shortly after the foreign fighters fled. They've come to light only because Jack bought them from one of his intelligence assets, videotaping the heavily armed transaction as proof of payment.
This took weeks to pull off, maybe about a month. It was constant meetings, it was back alley meetings at midnight, it was going to remote places in Afghanistan in the hills and little houses to meet people to try and convince them to turn all the tapes over to me.
A bidding war began for the rights to be the first network to air the tapes.
See, that's why I always tell people that what you should do is if you just rebirthed and you are gonna focus levels, stay at a very back area. Don't continue forward, because if you continue forward, you're gonna be stuck. Absolutely not, Leah. I'm gonna say no. I'm not sure entirely 100%, but I'm gonna go off on a limb and say hell no, because that doesn't sound right.
60 Minutes won the bid for an undisclosed amount, and legendary newsman Dan Rather traveled to Afghanistan to interview Jack for the program.
Okay. Please. Shh. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, shut up.
About a half an hour north of downtown Kabul, you come upon this place, a sprawling complex of now battered buildings that once was the heartbeat of Osama bin Laden's training operation. This is where Al-Qaeda created killers.
All right.
Put these tapes in context for me. What are we looking at here?
They're extraordinary tapes. They're extraordinary tapes because of two main reasons. First, they give an insight never before seen into what Al-Qaeda is really about. Al-Qaeda and Taliban have been portrayed as like regular soldiers, like they've been
Run up
portrayed
your
as a military
Talibans.
unit, rather than a total terroristic organization. And these tapes bring that right to light. I mean, they put a different face on Al-Qaeda. They are terrorists, plain and simple. They're killing people on streets. They're kidnapping people off street corners. They're throwing grenades through windows.
And they're fucking.
They're rocketing cars.
Oh my god.
They're taking office
I think I
buildings,
should.
killing people
I'm
in
gonna start
cafeterias.
opening keys.
I mean, this is absolutely the face
I got
of
way
terror.
too many.
In June 2002, when Hamid Karzai was picked to lead Afghanistan's transitional government, Jack was packing his bags and heading back to the United States. His mother, Mary B. Versace, had died a couple months earlier, so Jack traveled to Poughkeepsie, New York to mourn. Jack remained in the United States for nearly 2 years before returning to Afghanistan. While he was there, he busied himself by suing a ton of people. First, Jack sued Steven Spielberg and DreamWorks Studios for copyright infringement, with Gary Skirka, Kathy Skirka, and his longtime supporter, Jim Morris, a writer for Soldier of Fortune magazine, as co-complainants. Jack believed that The Peacemaker, a movie released in 1997 starring George Clooney, had a plot which was stolen from an assortment of several manuscripts of his life story. The plot of The Peacemaker does bear some similarities to Jack's story, such as its focus on a backpack nuclear bomb smuggling operation. And although the court noted that there were some similarities between the stories, they concluded that they were not substantial enough to be considered plagiarism. The claim was dismissed, and Jack was ordered to pay $260,079 in legal
I'm killing
fees, which he
Zazu
never did.
when I see him.
Another person who Jack sued is a man named Eric Cassette, who I was lucky enough to speak to. Eric Cassette worked at his father's car dealership and repossession business when he first crossed paths with Jack.
We'd gotten a repossession order, me and my dad, which we owned a repossession company, to repossess his car. But he sued us he was trying to get $1 million and some dollars, saying that my dad was 430 pounds, said he jumped his fence, broke into his business, and destroyed his computers. The first day when we first got served papers from him, he rolled up in front of my dad's house with 4 blacked out SUVs, fully loaded with special ops guys. He come to my door and knocked on it with a pizza box in his hand. My niece opened the door, and she was like 5 at the time. He throws the pizza box at her and says, "Now you're served," and threw his summons at us. We were served papers every day for a year and a half, 2 years. we had to go to court at least once or twice a week.
Eric believes that Jack placed his father under severe stress, which contributed to his death.
That might be true, but my brother, he was 430. This game won't give me the prison Zazu.
We were not rich people. You know, we were struggling just like any normal person, and he was trying to sue us for everything we had, our house, our cars, and probably everything that we'd ever own. And it stressed my dad out so bad that, I mean, he got sick several times, and basically, I mean, he died of septic shock. I mean, his intestines just bound up so much. He killed my dad. He was a criminal. He was a crook, and he was a nasty person to be up against.
I didn't mean to laugh at his dad dying. Whoops. Time to kill it! Kill it! Wait, time out. Sir? Are you trying to suck your own dick, my boy? You know, okay.
Around this time, Jack reconnected with his hero, Robin Moore. Robin Moore wrote the book The Green Berets, which the John Wayne movie was based on. As mentioned earlier, Jack was obsessed with the Green Berets movie, and it's what made him decide to join the Special Forces. Jack and Robin Moore were already longtime acquaintances through the Special Forces community. So when he reunited with Robin Moore at one of his Special Forces expos, and Moore told him that he was interested in writing about Special Forces operatives in Afghanistan, Jack jumped at the opportunity to insert himself into the tale. The book was named The Hunt for Bin Laden, and it featured Jack on the cover with his shirt open and holding a gun. Jack was hired to help Robin Moore with the book as a technical advisor, but found a way to take over the project. Moore's literary agent named Mimi Strong said, Jack came along and rewrote the entire thing.
Mimi's so
He
strong.
came up with terribly exciting, excellent copy. According to Strong, the finished manuscript of The Hunt for Bin Laden was largely...
I should, but I am not paying that overpriced bullshit. I will wait until Unbreakable's 99. Oh, by the way, Leah, I should tell you this. So I recorded it, and regularly I get 15,000 breakable XP an hour. Whenever I AFK overnight, leave my character right there, and have an auto-clicker click this every 3.5 seconds, I go up to 35,000 per hour. This counts towards breakable XP. So, if you care about getting a 99, I would look into that.
Only a few pages written by Moore. In the book, Jack is characterized as a one-man army, an ex-Green Beret operating independently of Central Command, who interjected himself in America's war on terrorism as an advisor to the Northern Alliance, and who was the only person collecting actionable intelligence on the ground. Jack claimed that he nearly captured Osama bin Laden, that he thwarted al-Qaeda plots to kill Hamid Karzai and Bill Clinton, and that, quote, in March, standing in the middle of a Kabul street armed with a Russian assault rifle and 600 rounds of ammunition, Jack held off Islamic fundamentalists for 4 hours as they tried to take 18 foreign citizens hostage. The Hunt for Bin Laden was released on December 2nd, 2003, and quickly became a bestseller. It was marketed as the first insider account of the war in Afghanistan. Due to Robin Moore's health issues, Jack took the reins of the book's promotional tour. In media appearances, he was described as a Green Beret working as an advisor to the Northern Alliance. Jack made a lot of money from the book sales because he had the foresight to sign a contract with Moore's agent, which granted him a percentage of the book's profits. Jack also slipped a list of charities into the book, which purported to be for Special Forces operatives, their families, and for the people of Afghanistan. In reality, the donations were sent to Jack's P.O. box and bank accounts. He was later subpoenaed by the U.S. Attorney's Office and charged with mail fraud. Although the book was a commercial success, it received harsh criticism for its lack of credibility. Among its critics were Ed Artis, the Special Forces operatives who robbed...
Wait, hold on. Let me think real quick. XP potions. Mastery. Grants 10,000 mastery. How much do these cost? 2.4 million. Couldn't I just go buy out these and get my... Since it gives 10,000... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go do that. Actually, no. Not on this account. Give me a second.
Robin Moore interviewed, and many others. Behind the scenes, Jack was outraged that people were publicly questioning his carefully cultivated image of faux legitimacy. He believed that they were damaging his reputation, and that they were the reason that Fox News parted ways with him as a regular commentator. In typical Jack fashion, he sued all of them, including his former hero, Robin Moore, Moore's girlfriend, Chris Thompson, and Thompson's parents for $4 million in damages. And he even sued Fox News for letting him go as a commentator. However, most of the lawsuits he filed were dismissed in court. During a deposition, Chris Thompson said that Jack's behavior was disturbing and erratic. He recalled seeing Jack destroying the inside of his own house with a samurai sword. He also said that he witnessed Jack choking his girlfriend during a fight, and that Jack forged a letter using Fox News stationery in order to submit it as evidence in his lawsuit against them. After spending 2 years in the United States, Jack returned to Afghanistan. When Jack returned to Afghanistan in April of 2004, he brought along 2 Americans who were on his payroll named Ed Caraballo and Brent Bennett. Ed Caraballo was a CBS cameraman and 4-time Emmy Award-winning journalist. Brent Bennett was a 28-year-old former paratrooper who met Jack in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Jack had a lot of money banked up from the success of the Hunt for Bin Laden book, as well as from fake charities he inserted into its pages, and also from the settlement money from his lawsuit. So as soon as he landed in Afghanistan, Jack rented a house in Kabul to turn it into a headquarters for his own paramilitary unit called Task Force Sabre 7. He rented the house under the false pretense that it was for an import-export rug business and tacked a sign in front of it that said Universal Exports in order to conceal its true name, which was the Honeycomb Hideout. Following that, Jack hired 4 Afghans to join Task Force Sabre 7. One of the men he hired was a translator named Abdul Wahid, who was sent to Jack by Afghanistan's then defense minister, Mohammed Qaim. Jack had a lot of high-level contacts in Afghanistan, but we'll get to that later. Jack had imitation US military uniforms made to outfit his paramilitary group, and he also bought weapons. And with that, the hunt for terrorists and Osama bin Laden was on. Jack said that a year earlier he had received information from Al-Qaeda members, who he said that he had flipped into intelligence assets, that they had located the possible whereabouts of Osama bin Laden, and that they had learned of a plot to drive 12 taxi bombs into the US Embassy and the US Air Base in Kabul. Jack claimed that when he informed the Pentagon and the CIA about this, they told him to deal with his old nemesis, the FBI. After much foot-dragging by the FBI, who Jack described as far too bureaucratic and stupid to stop Al-Qaeda, Jack decided to travel to Afghanistan to stop Al-Qaeda terrorists and to capture Osama bin Laden himself. According to Jack, after he told a mysterious Pentagon insider of his plans, they told him, quote, "We can't help you in the United States, and we can't get you into Afghanistan. You get in, and then we'll work together." Within 2 weeks of landing in Afghanistan, Jack arrested a man who he called a top Taliban official and handed him over to U.S. coalition forces in the middle of the night on May 3, 2004. The coalition forces released the prisoner 2 months later after they determined that he was not who Jack claimed to be. Following that, Jack said that he was tipped off about a terrorist named Ghulam Saki, who was traveling on a bus that was heading to Kabul and possibly loaded with explosives. Jack claimed that he warned the office of Lieutenant General William Boykin, who at the time was the U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense. When Boykin's office didn't reply fast enough, Jack sprung into action and decided that he would stop the bus himself. Jack and the rest of Task Force Sabre 7 then intercepted the bus, unloaded its occupants, and lined everyone up while sticking guns in their faces. He then arrested the suspected terrorist, Saki, blackbagged him, and stuck him in the back of a car to be taken to Task Force Sabre 7's headquarters, the Honeycomb Hideout.
Shit! Now I'm really mad.
God,
I've
don't.
broken a mirror in 7 years. Now I just broke another one. Jesus Christ.
After days of interrogation, Saki
really
gave Jack
I'm really mad. You don't want me Angies.
the name of a 30-year-old taxi driver named Sarajan, and said that he was in charge of a plan to assassinate top Afghan officials.
Sharajan makes the decision on who to bomb.
Saber. When the Saber is not there, Sharajan is at the charge. Can Sharajan make? This is after the time I leave this job of these people. I'm very story time. I said, I'm sure I'm help you. Please.
Well, now you can be with the government instead of against the government.
ولا بتوجد دولة هي مقابلة دولة.
Hours later, Jack and Task Force Saber 7 raided Sarajin's house.
Zorro, come with me! Room by room!
I like at the bottom it says restricted access, don't release. I would like to point that out.
What's this hiding in your rice bag for?
Yeah, rice boy.
You a whole bunch of shit.
Magazines too.
Inside Sarajin's house, they found some traces of explosives and a detonator hidden inside of a rice bag. In the footage, Swedish and German coalition forces inspect Sarajin's house. Later, the bomb disposal team searches Sarajin's taxi, and they find more explosive residue. Then Jack took Sarajin to Honeycomb Hideout. He said that he then spent 18 to 20 hours a day interrogating his two prisoners and attending meetings with Afghan security officers and government officials. Jack repeatedly asked his prisoners who their targets were. The two names that are brought up are the former Afghan Minister of Education, Yunus Klanini, and Afghan Defense Minister, General Mohammad Fahim. In footage recorded by Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, the former Afghan Minister of Education thanks Jack for thwarting the attempt on his life.
Yeah, you're welcome, pussy.
And I'm thankful for what you have done, especially in this kind of operations. And believe me, I face such kind of things or threats 10 times in a day.
He later assisted Jack in his mission to round up baddies by lending him his own security forces. A few days later, Task Force Saber 7 raided the house of an Afghan Supreme Court judge named Mohammed Sadiq, aided by German and Swedish coalition forces and Afghan police.
Mohammed Sadiq. Yeah, what's your IGN? Boys, didn't I send you some, boys? Or no?
Nobody move! Hands up! Hands up! Now! Hands up! Larry, Curly, take the other room! Everybody, hands up! Nobody moves! Hey! Down! Down! Hands up! How many men are back here? Tell me now!
Inside Sadiq's home, they found a poster of a terrorist leader, as well as explosives, detonation devices, and bomb schematics.
Imports for records, for bombs, explosive.
After arresting Sadiq, as well as his two brothers and 3 additional men, Jack dined with the Kabul police chief, Baba John, as well as the head of the National Directorate of Security, NDS, which is Afghanistan's intelligence agency, and the Minister of Education's brother. Following that, the Supreme Court judge's car was driven out into the desert and inspected by coalition bomb disposal experts, who confirmed that the car tested positive for explosive residue.
So the car definitely tested positive?
Yes, definitely.
For what?
I don't know, there was a kind of explosive, but I don't know what kind of explosive. We can say, okay, there was explosive in it. With 2 sliver dogs, they have a positive test.
Soon, Task Force Saber 7 had 8 prisoners in Honeycomb Hideout, who they tortured and interrogated for days while Ed Caraballo filmed. However, Jack's decision to arrest an Afghan Supreme Court judge would come to bite him in the ass. Wanted posters with Jack's mugshot were displayed all over Kabul by U.S. authorities. This development enraged Jack, who immediately called the office of Lieutenant General William Boykin and threatened to go to the press if the wanted posters were not removed in 12 hours.
You think Abu Ghraib prison is a problem? When they find out that the guy that captured all the terrorists that were going to blow up Bagram
You should be giving me a fucking DSM. Instead, they're putting a wanted poster out for me. You should...
I don't know what happened. The Georgia supervisor, I don't know what happened.
On July 5th, 2004, the Honeycomb hideout was raided by Afghan police forces, who arrested every member of Task Force Sabre 7. They were arrested after Jack called Kabul police chief, Baba John, to turn over the prisoners. After the raid, the police found 8 Afghan men, some hanging by their feet, bound and hooded in Task Force Sabre 7's HQ. They also found torture equipment, bloody clothing, handcuffs, and blindfolds. The prisoners said that they were tortured and forced to confess to crimes that they had not committed. After Afghan police arrested the members of Task Force Sabre 7, they were taken to a jail run by Afghanistan's Intelligence and Security Service, the NDS. Jack and his cohorts all claimed that they were taken to an underground torture chamber and were subsequently tortured by Afghan officials. In court, cameraman Ed Caraballo showed a large bruise on his foot, which resembled an injury sustained from the traditional Middle Eastern punishment called falaka, which involves beatings to the bottom of feet. Jack's prisoners were also turned over to the NDS, who questioned them. According to Jack's former prisoners, they were also questioned by the FBI. They were all released after 15 days, while Jack, Bennett, and Caraballo were charged with kidnapping, having a private jail, torture, robbery, and entering Afghanistan without a visa.
Jack has been tortured.
Caraballo
has an injury to the bottom of his foot.
Cuck.
The food leaves something to be desired. It's not a situation that
This
one would
pisses
want
me
to
off.
be in.
This pisses me
I
off.
think it's had a psychological toll
I'll buy these,
on
though.
all of them, and I know I could not have withstood it for the last 2 months.
How have you been? How's it been in there?
None of you tell the
You God!
truth. You all fucking lies. So, what's your message? Fresh lies. Let's go.
Jack, who are you working for, man?
We were working for the U.S. counter-terrorist group and working with
Oh my
the
Lord.
Pentagon and some other federal
So you were
agencies.
working with U.S. knowledge, with U.S. government knowledge?
We were in touch with the Pentagon sometimes 5 times a day at the highest level, every day.
They've denied that. They've denied you completely.
Well, we're prepared to show emails and correspondence and tape-recorded conversations that show that's not true.
Why did the coalition put out that email denying any knowledge, denying that you had any links to U.S. military, U.S. government?
We do not know why that is, but we do know that some of the guys we took were extremely high-level terrorists.
How do you feel about being sort of let go by the Americans?
You can't use that quote.
Well, there you go. That's the quote, my dear.
The trial began in late July 2004 in Afghan courts. Ed Caraballo, who was a documentary filmmaker, expected amnesty due to his status as a journalist, but none came. It was argued that since Caraballo was being paid by Jack, he was not working in the capacity of a journalist. However, human rights organizations argued that the men would not get a fair trial due to how new the Afghan legal system was, as it had only been established that same year. Here's Caraballo's lawyer speaking about the state of the Afghan legal system in 2004.
There is not a fully developed legal system yet. The International Commission of Jurists commissioned a study that came to that conclusion. Amnesty International has expressed concerns. Human Rights Watch has expressed concerns. With that as a foundation, this was not a trial. There were hearings that were scattered about. The rules that have been generated in Afghanistan were not followed.
The trial was a mess. There was only one good microphone, which was passed along to whomever was speaking. Jack smoked cigarettes, made constant interruptions, and often stalled the proceedings by making statements to the press. The judge's behavior was questionable as well. He interrupted the defense team's lawyers, telling them that they could not read their full statements. None of the witnesses were cross-examined. None of the 3 Americans were given copies of their charges in English. Brent Bennett did not have a lawyer, and Jack was not permitted to choose his own translator. During the trial, Jack's former prisoners testified that they were apprehended by gunpoint, forced to wear thick black hoods, held prisoner, and tortured by Jack and his task force. They said that they were hung by their feet and doused with extremely hot and cold water, and also starved and waterboarded. One former prisoner pointed to Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, and said that he tried to suffocate him with a plastic bag. A torture victim named Saki said that Jack
It was just a little bit of hustling, dude. It wasn't torture. Come on. Come on, it was just a joke. I'll buy 100 more.
His cohorts beat him before they even questioned him. He said that he repeatedly told Jack that he did not know how to make bombs, and in response, Jack tortured him in the shower with hot water. After they threatened to kill him unless he spoke up, he said that he blurted out the name of Sarah John, who he said he knew since he was a child. There was a sense that the three Americans were left out to dry by the US government, which chose to let them be tried under the Afghan legal system instead of extraditing them and letting them stand for trial in American courts. The most likely reason for this was that Jack and Task Force Sabre 7 were arrested for detaining and torturing individuals at the worst possible time. Only a few months earlier, in late April 2004, news broke that Iraqi prisoners at the Abu Ghraib detention facility were being severely tortured by US military personnel who could be seen in appalling photographs casually smiling while humiliating and abusing detainees.
Yeah, I've seen these pictures. They're fucking disgusting. No! God damn it, I gotta buy 4 more. No! Fuck it. I'm only buying from this guy because he has a shit ton, and I understand I'm losing money basically doing this, but I don't care.
This erupted into a major PR disaster for the US war on terror. So a few months later, when Jack and Task Force Sabre 7 were accused of running a private prison and torturing Afghans, the US government immediately put out a statement saying,
I would treat with a great deal of skepticism any claim by Mr. Edema that he was working for the U.S. government. I can tell you absolutely that he did not work for the coalition. He was not in our employ at any time. We did not give him taskings.
See, that's what
However,
a liar would
Jack
say.
adamantly claimed that he was working with the CIA and the U.S. Defense Department in order to catch suspected Al-Qaeda agents and turn them over to U.S. or NATO forces.
There's gotta be an easier way to, like, there should be an easier way to make it to where you fuse the right amount. You know what I mean?
We're in contact directly by fax and email and phone with Donald Rumsfeld's office, with the Deputy Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, and with Heather Anderson, 4-star flag officer level at the Pentagon.
Jack also claimed that the FBI had confiscated hundreds of documents, videotapes, and files which he could have used as exculpatory evidence. And surprisingly, this was true. The FBI, which, from what I understand, shouldn't have any jurisdiction in Afghanistan, seized all of Jack's materials and held on to them for 21 days.
Additionally, there have been problems with reviewing the evidence. These problems were made worse, and the integrity of the evidence compromised by the Federal Bureau of Investigation agents.
5 times loot from mini chest, 2 times flag duration, 50% chance for mini chest to spawn, 21 flag slots, and 100% breakable respawn speed. Gee willikers.
Removing the evidence and holding it for 3 weeks.
Once the FBI got there and looked at the evidence, they then found out by the documents that there were tons of documents that showed contact between us, the Pentagon, the CIA, and the FBI, and ISAF. Us, the documents and videos showed that we were in phone conversations, in meetings, and there were lots of documents.
43105.
The CIA, the FBI, and the Department of Defense.
The FBI eventually returned Jack's material midway through the trial, but he and his defense team claimed that a lot of evidence was missing and/or damaged. Jack believed that his arrest and subsequent sentencing was due to the FBI's vendetta against him. After the FBI returned some of his materials, Jack tried to present his case in court that he was in fact working on behalf of the US government by showing tapes and other files. One tape showed that Jack was in contact with the office of Lieutenant General Boykin, former U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense. On the tape, Jack speaks to Lieutenant General Boykin's secretary, George Shim, who promises Jack that someone from the DIA would call him back on his cell phone.
Tell General Boykin that you called and gave him the information. Well, I'm going to have someone at DIA contact you.
Why the fuck would I fuse, Leah? Do you not see how terrible that was? Did you not just see that? 15 XP per fusion? You can only do it, like what? I'm supposed to do this every fucking time?
Your cell number, alright? Just give me a couple minutes.
George, I am taking out the whole cell. I'm telling you, you're not going to believe it. It's so funny how I did it. I walked in one bomber to the other bomber, pulled off his mask and said,
use a bunch of pets?
I'm going to put Jim Crown on the phone, Jack, or I call DIA, and you talk to him and you tell him.
Alright, let me try this.
Here, call me back. Tell him to call me back on this number, because I'm low on bucks.
Okay.
Bye.
In another clip, Jack spoke to an employee from Lieutenant General Boykin's office
43460.
after wanted posters of him were put up around Kabul. During the call, Jack was told by an unnamed official that they wanted to put a firewall between Boykin and Jack in order to shield Boykin away from press scrutiny and criticism.
So we were trying to put a firewall between your efforts and him because we didn't want to connect anything there, and there's no need to do that because he has no space for what you're doing.
And I'm so with you on that. I am so on your side on that. I am so much a believer in that. I only started talking to your office because I love that man. I think he's probably one of the greatest men that America has ever had.
However, Boykin's office claimed that Jack's communication with them was vastly one-sided and sporadic. He was trying to establish a relationship with them, which they weren't interested in. It's unclear if the US government was being entirely honest about their involvement with Jack. Of course, he wasn't officially sanctioned to do the work he was doing, but it's obvious that the US was aware of Jack's activities well before his arrest, and were at least permissive of his operation until he became a PR disaster. Here's the facts. ISAF denied that they had any connections to Jack for 3 weeks before finally admitting that they accepted a prisoner from him. ISAF assisted Jack on 3 different raids, and Jack called up the Pentagon frequently to tell them what he was up to. Does this mean that Jack was truly a top-secret, covert, special forces big boss working for the Pentagon? No, not at all. Instead, what I'm trying to highlight is the questionable and guarded stance which the US government undertook when shit hit the fan. Although it can't be proven that the US government supported Jack's mission, it is clear that Afghan officials did. Despite being charged with entering the country illegally, there's footage of the 3 Americans landing in Afghanistan and being greeted by Afghan officials.
They land in Kabul. Ed, who is doing a documentary, documents the entire thing on video, including handing over passports, filling out disembarkation forms. The head of the airport, a man named Haji Timur, hugging and greeting them. Jack Adema going up to the huge picture of Massoud, the great Northern Alliance leader who was assassinated 2 days before September 11th, and kissing the poster. Baba John, the chief of the National Police and Kabul Police, being there and hugging Jack, if I remember correctly on the tape.
On September 15, 2004, the judge returned after 5 minutes of deliberation and sentenced Jack and Bennett to 10 years, Karaballo to 8, and the Afghans assisting them to no more than 5.
Read the guy.
This was Jack's cell in Policharki prison. Jack, Bennett, Karaballo, and their Afghan translator were isolated in one wing where they enjoyed a plush prison experience. They had a laptop, a phone, private bedrooms, bathrooms, satellite TV, plenty of alcohol, and a small staff of assistants. So their surroundings looked more like a suite than a prison cell. However, it wasn't always easy living. On 3 occasions, riots broke out inside of the prison. 4 guards and 1 Afghan member of Task Force Sabre 7 died in a firefight while protecting the 3 Americans. Bizarrely, it was the Supreme Court Judge Mohammed Sadiq, who Jack arrested and held prisoner for 12 days, that arranged for his cozy conditions. Sadiq told the Chicago Tribune, quote, "The government asked me what facilities we should give them. I told them the best. We should give them the best facilities possible." Some suggest that Jack had bribed Afghan officials in order to have an easier time while locked up.
It's an unusual treat. Help yourself into the prison.
Don't take a picture of me, goddammit, right now, so I put my shit on. I'll fucking have to shoot you. Alright, how are you?
Good, good.
The place is a little fucking messy right now. This is Esmarai, Major Esmarai, was the first base of the Panjshir.
Hello?
He was one of the guys captured with me. Dean Mohammed, he's very famous, Mujahideen. You can see he got the shit shot out of him by the Russians. So for 20 years, he's been fighting the Russians and Taliban.
You're living pretty comfortably here in prison. How can you explain that?
Northern Alliance. Do you think I'm a prisoner?
I think you're an unusual form of prisoner.
You think I'm a prisoner? Do you think I would really spend 5 years here? I have 6 Panchir Commandos in this fucking room right now. I could walk out of this prison in one snap of my fingers, and that is no bullshit. If I snap my fingers tomorrow, 1,000 Panchir soldiers will come over these walls, and they'll kill every motherfucker in this prison that isn't Panchir.
Wait, what?
While in prison, Jack started a website called Super Patriots and began publishing write-ups which promised to tell the real story about his case. He also posted photos, recipes, and videos. Some of these videos still exist on a YouTube channel with several clips of Jack getting drunk while in prison.
Action. Superfly! Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy. Hey, your mama. I'm your daddy. Superfly. Go to Joe Cartoon site, cause I'm your daddy. Superfly. I'm your daddy. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy. Yeah, cut.
During his stay in prison, Jack predictably occupied much of his time by filing numerous lawsuits and appeals. Quote, Adima's attorneys filed a lawsuit in Washington in 2005 challenging his detention. Adima accused the State Department and FBI of illegally keeping him imprisoned in a deplorable Afghan prison, directing his torture, destroying evidence, and ultimately trying to have him killed. He said he had audio recordings and documents to back up his claims. While in prison, Jack started corresponding with a woman named Penny Alisi. In April of 2022, I traveled to Connecticut to meet Penny to conduct an in-person interview.
My name is Penny Alisi Idema, Penny Alisi Idema. I was married to Jack Idema. I saw him on being interviewed by Imus before I went to work one morning, and I thought, wow, there's a real person that loves our country. That was when he was promoting the hunt for bin Laden.
A year later, when she learned that Jack was arrested in Afghanistan, she couldn't believe it.
I thought it was horrible. I was devastated for them because I thought he was a true American and he was being treated unfairly because he was out there doing what the rest of us probably wanted to do but couldn't.
There were other people fascinated by Jack's story as well, and soon Penny connected with them online.
Rita DM'd me on there. They were getting together a cause and they were going to send boxes over to the men over there, and was I interested? I was totally on board.
To Penny, it was an important cause. So she got to work gathering items to send to Policharky prison, such as newspapers, magazines.
I'd make homemade CDs for them, music. He liked Melissa Etheridge, Fleetwood Mac, anything like that.
Soon, their relationship became romantic.
Jack called me regularly from Policharky on sat phones. We would stay on the phone anywhere from half an hour to 4 hours. Be dead tired in the morning, but it was worth it. I got to talk to Jack. He was funny, he was witty, not really like sappy romantic, just like letting me know that I was going to be the one. And, you know, if he ever got out of there, you know, someday we would be together and we'd have great adventures.
After dozens of months of regularly speaking with each other, they learned that Jack was set to be released from prison.
So Jack knew that eventually he would have maybe the choice of getting out of there, and you know, he started talking more and more about me and him being together and, you know, finding a location for us to go. But it was never the United States. I had to find a country that both of us would be happy in.
Jack was released from prison in 2007 after being pardoned by Afghanistan's former president, Hamid Karzai. However, he refused to leave his cell.
He said he didn't want to leave until he made sure he got everything, and then he started with Nina. He wanted Nina to leave with him. And that seemed like a virtual impossibility. How could you get a dog out of Afghanistan?
Nina was a dog who Brent Bennett found in prison and took care of.
What the fuck do you mean, found in prison?
After Bennett and Caraballo were released from prison, Jack decided that he would send Nina to Penny, and he actually managed to pull it off. From his prison cell, he sorted out Nina's vaccinations, travel arrangements, and for her to be microchipped.
You know, he asked me if he sent Nina to me, would I take care of her? And of course. The first time I met him, I was so excited. I got there and it was like dum dum da dum. All I could see was him. Again, all I could see was him. A bad dye job. He was sweating and I could see little beads of hair dye. And I thought, oh my goodness, yikes. You know, he's got like hair dye sweat. And he's shorter than I thought. And on the phone, he would always laugh and joke when he was calling me from Policharki about how people would make fun of him because they said he was so short and he never was short. And I thought, he is short. He's really short. So anyway, so I was all excited to see him, and I just looked at him, and he just started being Jack. He started being loud, obnoxious, showing off. And we had gone to this hotel on the strip in Cancun, and I see him climbing up the building. And I'm like, whoa, what's he doing? And he didn't stop. He just kept climbing up the building like Spider-Man. You know, and I looked at the people around me now are looking, and I just met him. So they're like, is that your boyfriend or your husband or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what's he doing? I'm like, he forgot the keys. He's getting them. And somebody said, common sense, why doesn't he just go to the front desk? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I go, it's the way he is. He got in, he got the keys, and you know, most people would go down. Nope. He had to come down the same way he went up. And now I'm totally freaking out. I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. And he's like, everybody thinks this is cool. And I'm like, oh, this guy's fucked up.
Soon, Jack rented a condo in Mexico, but in time, he was evicted from it after he was arrested for selling drugs.
And I wasn't there when it happened, but it was over drugs. He was arrested. He was put in jail. So I got the money together and I wired it and got him out. Typical Jack. Didn't tell me what happened. Didn't thank me. Just told me that another fucking problem. That's his exact words. And that was when I was getting sicker. And he decided that I had to have been getting sick from the air conditioning down there. And that was when he decided that he was going to start a lawsuit against the condos. Now, he just got out of jail there at that condo where he just started trouble, and now he's going to sue them because I'm sick. Nothing was making sense. It was insanity. The next thing I knew, he's on the phone telling me, well, I'll have to put that on hold now because now I got to get out of here real quick. They want me out. Fuck them. I was going to leave anyway, but I'm suing them all. And I'm like, oh my God. Where are you going? He goes, well, I met this guy, Gringo Dave, who's got a really great mansion in Bacalar. He goes, it's in the jungle. It's still in Mexico, right? He goes, yeah. At the time, there was one road in and one road out, and it was a 3-hour drive in each direction. So he went down there, and he fell in love with the place, and of course, it needed a lot of repairs, a lot of renovations. Jack worked night and day. He did everything to get that place into the place he made it finally, and it was a lot of work. He put in a complete plumbing system from the lake. There was maids coming and cleaning it twice a day. There was a housekeeper, there was bodyguards, there was a really good security system. It was great. It was beautiful. And one of the main things that he was obsessed with was keeping us safe. But he wanted to have broken glass on top of those walls with barbed wire and all that because he was always afraid somebody was going to try to scale it and come in and hurt us. We would have drills, but I would never know when they were coming either, just to make sure I was prepared. In the middle of the night, he would clap his hands like at 2 a.m, wake me up, say, we got to go, somebody's coming in. I didn't know. And he'd be like, we got to get right away, somebody's coming in. And he had a gun underneath his pillow, and he grabbed the gun, and it was, we're running down
You complaining, woman. He saved your life. You are so ungrateful.
the steps. And of course, in the beginning, I thought it was real. And then I realized it was just drills, just to make sure we were prepared, because as the walls got higher, the paranoia grew with it. He would put a gun in a baggie to go take a shower. Nothing made any sense. In his mind, it was all perfectly normal, but it was just more paranoia on top of paranoia.
One of the only videos featuring Jack that's publicly available is called Jack Idema Christmas Katana. In it, he studies the blade in his backyard.
He'd be out there with a sword like that, and if I didn't play with him, that's what he would say, come on out and play with me with your sword. Like little kids, you get dressed up and you play whatever cops and robbers will play swords. Get dressed up in your sword outfit. So I would stand out there for a few minutes, play swords, and then just put the sword down and go in the house. And he'd start screaming, yelling, ranting, raving, and run around and start chopping everything up, and then he'd put the music back on and play swords by himself.
It was around this time that Jack got started on his next business venture, a military air cargo company called Star Aviation.
Well, it never got off the air. And it was Jack's fault, nobody else's, because we had the meetings and everything else. We had the funding. We had all the DoD clearances. We had everything. But Jack, as usual, he had the attention of a nanosecond. And everybody was invested in this. They were totally on board. So what does he do? He just throws it all aside and decides to open up a boat thing, boat rides.
He purchased a pontoon boat and started a company called Blue Lagoon Boat Tours. And he made a website for the business called oceans11mexico.com.
The boat tours, it had to be based on Jack Sparrow. And, he had to act like, and he would actually stand in front of the mirror and act like that. Did I get it yet? Am I acting like him? Am I doing it right?
Jack flew a pirate flag over his compound, and he also started going by the name Jack Black. That's because it sounded like a cool pirate name to him, and not as a tribute to the famed comedic actor.
He needed ID to go get the electric bill, the utilities bill put in his name. So he couldn't think of anything, and then he thought black sounded really cool and dark, so he'd use it.
By mid-2008, Jack had been living in Mexico for over a year, and nothing was working out. Star Aviation fell through, the boating business was not profitable, and he wasn't writing the book that he was given in advance for. Jack needed money, and luckily for him, he had a way to get it. His father, Herman John Idema, was 87 years old and in rough shape. Jack's father was born on August 21st, 1920, in Beacon, New York. He was a World War II veteran who fought in the Battle of Iwo Jima and became a builder and developer of exclusive neighborhoods in Poughkeepsie, New York. Jack was aware that his father would die soon, and he wanted to ensure that he would inherit his estate.
They had a falling out when I took Mr. Idema, the older Mr. Idema, down to see Jack. They were fighting, and all Jack wanted was for Mr. Idema to just sign the building over to Jack. And John didn't want to do that to Jack. He didn't want to give Jack the building. He still wanted it in his name.
Jack wanted to inherit a company called Isabeau Dakota. Isabeau Dakota functioned as a shell company to conceal Jack's assets from creditors. Jack's father had given the building to him for his business ventures sometime in the 90s.
Well, his father absorbed a lot of the costs because anything affiliated with Isabeau Dakota, his father didn't want a bad credit rating and he didn't want to have any problems with the law or anything. Yeah, he owned the building, but he let Jack do whatever he wanted to do with it. It's a building in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and it consisted of 3 different dwellings, if you will, inside of it. And one was the Ultimate Pet Resort, one was the Bat Cave, where his home was, and then the other part was the kennel. He rented it out to a church, and the plan is to get the church to renovate the whole thing, pay for everything, do it, and then evict them. That didn't happen at the end, but that was his plan.
Jack came up with a plan to collect his inheritance. There were a few roadblocks which needed to be sorted out, such as his inability to step foot in the United States because of legal troubles. Therefore, Jack decided to get married to Penny in order to put everything in her name and to sidestep any legal issues preventing him from collecting his inheritance. On November 21st, 2008, Jack and Penny held a wedding ceremony at their compound in Bacalar. 3 days later, Jack's father died.
I was president, and then technically I was in charge of everything. And then obviously, if something happened to me, then the lawyers and Jack would have everything.
Soon, Jack was living the lifestyle you'd expect from every insane, drug-addled American living in a compound in the Mexican jungle to have. Flush with the money he inherited from his father's estate, he started using large amounts of anything he could get his hands on, such as cocaine, heroin, and booze.
His dealings with the bizarre demographics of people that were coming in and out made it not happy, and that was also when his drinking and his drug use was increasing. So yeah, I would say that's when it got really bad.
In time, Jack lost interest in being intimate with Penny. He instead preferred to keep company with a young college student named Fernando and a transgender sex worker named Nancy.
Can we go back a couple steps? I think we need to go back a couple steps. I think I missed something. I must have missed something, I think. I might have missed something.
He started hosting all-night orgies at his compound, which he advertised on gay hookup sites.
How did you feel like when you actually realized that Jack was gay?
I guess it bothered me when I saw him making out with a man and he wasn't making out with me like that. I just felt like I couldn't compete. I definitely can't compete with a man. Forget women. I couldn't compete with a man. Because I pretty much resigned myself to the fact that this was just a marriage in name only, and I had to think about it and decompress when I got back and figure out what my next move was going to be. Didn't realize that was going to probably be the last time I'd ever see him good, before he had his near fatal accident.
Penny left Mexico with the intention of never seeing Jack again. But then the exact same day that she landed in Connecticut, Jack got into a life-threatening car accident. In the hospital, Jack called Penny's phone and said this.
Bueno?
Hello?
Hello?
Jack there?
Huh?
Jack?
Jack, oh, okay. Take the fucking board out. Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I leave everything to Penny. I need to manage it with her. Be good friends. I don't know about Nina. She was okay, but I think she's in the hospital too. I have a broken sternum, a collapsed lung, a broken arm, fractured T11, 12, 13, 14, L4 and 5. I have a broken right wrist, a broken clavicle, and I have a I have concussion. I have a fractured skull in the front right eye. I have
looks
no
good.
right eye. Fuck. Can go on. I'll have it back. I fucking just put a patch on me in the fucking tube. And listen, cremation, dude. I want to be cremated, okay? And if Nina dies, you put me here in Sarge, okay?
Okay.
Hey. I tell Penny she was. Tell Penny she was right. She was right about everything. Her dream was right. Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in the hospital in Chembao. I'm trying to get them to move me to a private hospital before I die because I have internal bleeding and they won't even look at it. I can feel it. I think I ruptured my spleen and also my kidney.
Okay, should I call the embassy and try to get the embassy involved?
No, I'd rather die, okay? Just get a hold of Penny. This is the number. Stay on this number. You tape recorded this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I leave everything to Penny. You to manage it. Sell the play in the house. Do well. And do start. I mean, man. Yeah. I'll take you to the private hospital, dude.
When I was on my way back to America, on his way back to Bacalar, he had that accident, and everything changed from that point on.
A few days later, Penny returned to Mexico to take care of Jack and to help him rehabilitate. Jack started to abuse the pain medication he was prescribed to, as well as illegal drugs and alcohol. The situation was grim. Jack was miserable, bitter, unthankful, and constantly high. Penny was losing patience, and then she started to feel ill.
I was getting sicker, and he decided that I should go be tested for HIV. To my surprise, he wanted to get the same test. I thought that was odd. I thought all this was odd. We got tested, and the results came back, and they were positive for HIV. And I wanted to make sure what I was hearing was proper because I didn't think it was right. But Dr. Dennis said that Jack was going to get worse, but I could go home and I could get better. And Jack freaked out. Jack just went ballistic. He took the phone, he broke it, and I honestly thought I was going to die. That was all I thought. I went home, I got to get away. I was quiet. I told just a select few people that I had this. Then I called up Jack and told him how sick I was and I just collapsed. Jack wanted me down there immediately. He also didn't want me, and he kept saying, I hope you're not telling anybody. I hope you're not telling anybody. And of course, I did tell some people. Actually, what I did do was I started therapy. I stayed with my local HIV. That's when I started up with my local HIV/AIDS group, and I started going to support groups. I needed help. I couldn't tell him that because I wasn't allowed to say anything, but I needed help. I was scared. And I went to a great support group and they helped me. You know, they were helping me, and all of them said, don't go back. Don't go back. He's evil. He's going to kill you. Don't go back. Well, Nina and Tinka were there. I had to get them. Nina is the dog that was rescued from Afghanistan that came to me, and Tinka was our Mexican kitty. So in July, I made plans to go back. I walked into the house and it was different. Everything was different. It wasn't clean like it used to be. There was dead flies everywhere. The door was broken. Everything was dirty. You could smell sweat, alcohol. It was just disgusting. And he just looked at me and he was happy to see me, but his eyes were just black. He looked like he had been up for days. He reeked of alcohol, cigarettes. Natalie, the maid, she was telling me other people were coming too. So everything was there and they were getting worse and everybody was still coming in. All of the sex fest constant, it was worse than ever. Okay, and how many people have got this now? My plan was self-preservation. And when I say that was the plan, if you can understand this and try to wrap your brain around this, the plan involved killing Jack and getting my dog and my cat. So I went into the bedroom. I took the gun out from underneath the pillow and he was at the computer. He turned right around and he saw me aiming at him and I was screaming at him. He was screaming at me. And I said, you took my life. I'm going to take yours. The gun went off. I don't really know what the hell happened, but he grabbed me and he started hitting my head into the marble stone, whatever the heck the place was made of. Just kept hitting my head into it nonstop. I was in so much pain, I just collapsed. He picked me up, threw me in the extra bedroom, started smacking me really hard, beating me, and I just didn't think I was gonna make it. I'm on the office floor. I pick up the phone. I call my girlfriend and I called her and she picks up the phone and she's like, what? I go, Jack's trying to kill me. I need you to call the embassy. Call Ed Carabella. I said, call him. I need to get out of the house. He's going to kill me. Jack grabbed the phone. He said, who the fuck did you call? Blah, 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 blah. And he's hitting me. He throws me into the bedroom and he takes the Nubelfina and he injects me with it. Not just one shot, 2 shots. I am out of it. The next day, as he said, he wanted to play Rambo. So I'm petrified of mice. So he put a couple in a bag and put them over my head with the bag. And I fainted. And now I've got like bites on me. My head's still killing me, by the way, from having it slammed. And my eye was so messed up. So I was freaking out. So he took the cuffs off. He started being nice. And he said, you know, just tell me who you're working with. I wasn't working with anybody, okay? Again, the paranoia was kicking in. He was messed up, completely messed up. The Nobelfina he was putting in me, he was putting 10 times in himself. Plus he was doing coke, he was doing everything. He was drinking like there was no tomorrow. He was messed up. So this went on for a couple of days. Again, nobody's at the house. And then finally, so he comes up and he says, he's like, there's 2 fucking bastards downstairs you've got to talk to. My friend got in touch with Ed Carabella and he called the Mexican embassy and he told them what was going on. And there was 2 guys to come to get me. They came to check the situation to see if I was there to get me out of the house. So I wanted to tell them, but he had his gun in his pocket. He goes, you say anything. He goes, I'm going to shoot you and them. He would have, definitely. One was translating and he kept staring at me and he kept asking me, he goes, you all right? I go, I'm fine. Everything's fine. We just had a fight. You know, we're married. We fight. He goes, you really all right? And Jack's like, who the fuck reported this? Why are you here?
No.
So the guy goes, we're just here, you know, we're just checking to make sure. He goes, no, I want to know who the fuck reported this. And so he's like, we were just making sure. Somebody said they heard an American woman screaming, which sounds reasonable because I was screaming. So as we start walking towards the door, the guy that wasn't speaking Spanish, that was speaking English to me, goes over to me, he goes, it's really good to meet you. And he put his hand out When he put his hand out, I grabbed his hand and I took my fingernails and I stuck them in his hand. So he realized what was going on. So he held on to my hand for a minute. Jack goes, "What the fuck's going on?" And he just went like this. He squeezed them back like he knew I was in trouble and he was going to get me out. Okay. So they left. Jack made sure they were out. He was furious. He just kept putting buckets upon buckets of water over my fucking head. I thought he was going to drown me, and he said he wanted to take me out in the back, but he was afraid somebody'd see. So he was going to wait till I died, and then he was going to drop me in the cenote. He already told me that, and plus I already knew because I heard it on the phone. He just kept doing that, and he kept asking me the same fucking questions. Who did I work for? Who sent me there? I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't work for any of these people. I don't know these people. Yes, you do. You've been here to destroy me. No. Okay, you took my life. Yeah, I was going to kill you, but because you gave me HIV/AIDS. Not because of anything else. Not these people. I have nothing to do with these people. Yes, you do. And he just kept going and going and going. I just kept hoping that those guys would come back because I really thought that guy was going to come back. But it seemed like he wasn't going to come back. And then I heard a really familiar voice. He's like, "Plumber." He's like, "Didn't you go back to America? Jack said you go back to America." I'm like, "No, I can't get out of here." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I go, I can't leave. He's going to kill me. So he knew what was going on. He goes, "I'll get you out." So this went on. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning. He comes back and the door opens and he grabs me. He goes, "Let's go." I go, "Let me go get Tinka." He goes, No. I go, "But Nina and Tinka, I came back for them." He goes, "You gotta go. Come on." He goes, "I can't save you if you don't come." I had to leave them. So we're running, and his helpers are trying to distract Jack. And the plumber gets me in his car. He takes me into the middle of Bacalar. He said, "Go to the hotel." He goes, "Use a different name." He goes, "You stay there." He goes, "I'll call police." He goes, "You call police, you call people in America." He goes, "You gotta get out of here. You can't stay here." He goes, "I'll get you out." He goes, just let the police come. Go to the police." They took me to Chetamo. They questioned me, interrogated me. They asked me there was a whole language problem, if I would strip. And I did. I totally stripped. They took they took tons of pictures, everything. They said that was the only way they could press charges, and that's fine. They had to do that. And I pressed charges, and they put me under protective custody, and they said that they were going to take me Monday to the airport. They got me to the airport, and they told me really quick, go stay near the airport, just stay there, wait, exchange your money, get out, don't come back. You're going to be killed if you come back. I was so happy to be home in America, but the next business day, it wasn't bad, but it was all over the Mexican news. So he was furious because they were getting ready to put him under house arrest, and he was over the top.
Jack Edema is back in the news. Noah Schachtman over at the indispensable Danger Room blog calls our attention to the fact that Jack Edema has resurfaced, apparently holed up in a house in Mexico.
Have a good one.
According to local news reports, local police in Mexico want very much police to talk to him about accusations that he held people in his house against their will.
I thought that was when the nightmare ended. It just began. The harassment, the stalking, the non-stop freaking calls, threats, the messages to my parents. Yeah, non-stop harassment.
After Penny escaped, she couldn't afford her HIV medication. This was because Jack put credit cards in her name and ran up a lot of debt, which he refused to pay back. Additionally, since she was the president of Isabeau, Dakota, the medication she needed was not covered. Therefore, Penny emailed Jack's lawyers, asking them to remove her name from the company and for her credit cards to be paid off. She gave them a deadline to fulfill her request. If not met, she threatened to dispose of corporate assets in order to satisfy her debts. In response, Jack wrote, "There is no more vindictive, treacherous bitch in the entire world beyond you." After the deadline passed, Penny sold the deed of the Isabeau Dakota building for $10. In retaliation, Jack, along with loyal fans he met online, posted revenge porn of Penny to blogs, pictures which they also sent to her parents.
Jack all started these blogs about me being a whore, Penny's a whore, putting up pornographic pictures and everything else. And
I think Jack's a bad guy.
We started
that
fighting
might be
in
controversial
court
to say.
over the Isabeau Dakota building and my name on that stuff. And I wound up doing the right thing. I turned the building over to Harvest Ministries. I didn't get a cent. Harvest Ministries deserved it. They fixed it up. I wasn't going to let Jack and them take it from them. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted to do the right thing, and I did. In 2012, I got a call. Well, I was talking to Jack honestly back and forth. It was just screaming and yelling, and it was like, I guess maybe he thought I would go back. I don't know, or what. I mean, by then it was just too messed up, and everything was out, and we were in litigation. And finally, that was it until January of 2012. We talked, and I knew what was coming. We talked on Skype for the last time, and I said, you know what's going to happen. He knew what was going to happen, and I said, he said he was sorry. He hopes I could forgive him, and I said, yeah, but I really can't. I don't know, whatever. And I said, I'll see you on the other side. And I said, I'll call you Friday night. And he said, well, that may not happen. And I did try to call up, but the phone just kept ringing. And he was dead the next day. So.
How did you feel?
Relieved. It was over. Sad, relieved.
You still loved him at that time?
Up until then. Now I hate him. Now I see that at the time I didn't realize, but he messed the 6th nerve palsy in my eye, killed it. And it just sort of floats into my nose, all like goes over to my nose, and I can't control it. And I have intense headaches. And also, as a result of what he did to me, not only the eye problem, but because of that, I also am now on seizure medicine. And I'm also on a blood thinner because I had a blood clot go into my brain because of the eyes and the seizures. There you go. So I also wound up with not only this eye problem, seizures that I have to be on medication for the rest of my life on, and warfarin for blood clots for the rest of my life, and HIV medicine, which once you get to the HIV, you have to go on meds for the rest of your life. So, yeah, that was that. And I'll add that he put me in just a bad way. It did nothing for my self-esteem, killed my relationship with my family. Yeah. And I don't know. Just, I can't change anything. And I'm not, you know, I don't miss him, but yeah, it is what it is.
There's one last question I have for you, Penny.
Sure.
When I first talked to you and when you sent me the files, there was something that you kept mentioning is very important, and it was the birthday video. Can you tell me about the birthday video?
That birthday video.
Leah, how many
really,
of these shiny hunters can you have on?
And it was his birthday video, and it was the last birthday before he had another birthday, but it was the video before the birthday before he died. And I wished I could have been there. But the reason why I like it, and it's so important to me, is because that's what I remember him to be. Happy, funny, laughing, Nina getting all excited. And he made that video for me because I couldn't be there. That was what I wanted. That was what, yeah,
all right,
I know we had this terrible thing, but maybe if he had just told me, maybe we could have done something together. Maybe we could have had all that. That's the Jack I want to remember. The happy one that was laughing. That was the good Jack. That was everything good. And maybe people will say, well, you're an idiot, you shouldn't say that. But that was the Jack I want to remember. The happy one, being silly, somebody pushing his head, anybody touch him. There was times if you touch him, you better run because he's going to kill you. But it was the funny, happy Jack, carefree, somebody pushing his head in the, a face in the cake, laughing, Nina getting all excited, that was good times. Those were the people at that point I cared about. I thought that was going to be my new family, my new life. That's what I want to remember. But it's hard with all this bad and what was left. What he left me with and what I remember are two different things. That's my story.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you. I can't do this. Oh, God, that was hard. Okay, guys, we are done.
I'm putting 2. I don't care. Fuck you. Never mind. I'll put.
Jack, you didn't know that was going to happen, did you? It's tradition. It happens on everybody's birthday. That's why I say, Morida, and you go fight it, and someone puts your head right in the cake every time.
All right.
That son of a bitch. Oh no, I'm not putting my head there again. That's good. There's one up. Now I get a ghost wish.
Just get one wish, mate. Just one wish. Uno nada más. Uno nada más.
Para que te quedes chingado. Otra vez.
Hey, Penny.
Hi.
So you saw the documentary. What did you think?
I loved it. I'm so pleased with the documentary. I think it was really, really articulate. I think it was well thought of. It was well researched. It picks up where a lot of the magazine articles and the editorials and all the little snippets that somebody would say about him on TV, especially after he passed away. I think it just clarifies everything. And you see the depth of the deceit. I think you bring to light the extent of the cons and how the litigation, because they say he's a serial litigator. I've said it. But when you actually look at all the cases in detail, and he was always suing somebody, even when he was incarcerated, he was suing. But unless somebody does, like you did, a documentary of it, nobody really realizes how insane it was until you actually spell it out in 90 some odd minutes.
A couple months ago, you mentioned some really terrific news that you currently have no trace of HIV in your system. Am I correct?
So ever since everything was really bad in 2010 and I was pretty much next to dead and I had a lot of illnesses to battle over the years, I've come to a point now in the last couple of years, definitely, where my blood work was stabilized. And the only reason that it was disturbed at all was because, of course, COVID. And but now, as long as I eat properly and my exercise and just basically live good and my numbers are good. My CD4 count is above 1,200, which is outrageous. That's great. That's good. That's better than even a regular person that has nothing wrong with them. So I'm kicking butt on that. And I'm undetectable, which means I have no trace of HIV in my system as long as I adhere to my medications and, do all the right things that you're supposed to do. But it was a long struggle to get there. And that could always change if something else, an opportunist infection hits me as COVID did. And by the way, I was fully vaccinated. So it happens to a lot of people. It wasn't just me.
After you watched the documentary, you told me that there were a couple people that you wanted to make sure to thank.
right when everything really was bad and I exited Mexico and everything was falling around me and I was lost and I had no direction, and Jack, his little disciples, his lawyers, the Jack Idema fan club are coming at me full force. Sir Edward Artis and Robert Pelton reached out to me, and they were just such guiding forces in my life. They kept me together. They worked with me to get through all this. They just gave me so much support. Again, they're the reason why I'm doing so well today.
So Penny, any final thoughts?
This really is important, and I don't like talking about it. But the reason why this HIV is really hard for me is because my numbers may not be good all the time. And the thing Jack took from me more than anything, yeah, he took all that other stuff, and yeah, whatever, I can't get it back. But the one thing he took from me that I have to live with every single day of my life is he took the gift of intimacy from me. I'm afraid to get next to somebody else, even if my numbers are good, because I am so afraid. Even with condoms and all that, I am deathly afraid of being close to someone.
Ma'am, I will fuck you. Hit my DMs. You gotta take prep beforehand, though.
He just killed that for me, because I know what it felt like to have somebody give me this, and I am deathly afraid of being close to somebody. And he just totally took that from me, because in my mind, I know that, there's protection and all that, but it's just, I'm always afraid. What if my numbers aren't good? What if there's an accident? What if a condom breaks? What if? And he destroyed that for me. I mean, I am just deathly afraid of being close to people. I mean, sexually, and even trusting people in a relationship, because once you've been hurt, like I've been hurt, and I know a lot of women will understand this. Once you've trusted somebody so much with everything, and they abuse you and hurt you so badly and so personally, you never recover from that. You just never recover. You never do. All the therapy, it helps, and you think you might be okay and you might be able to do it. But once you get too close to somebody and all your guards come down and you start thinking, oh, I can be really close again. And you just think about what happened when you were really close to somebody, and you think, I can't go through that hurt again. And that's it. That was what he took from me more than anything. I don't trust people the way I used to at all, and forget about relationships. Yeah, some of them might work and they might not. And I'm willing to try, but inevitably Jack will pop his subliminal ugly head into my relationship. And there's always that call, there's always that chat that you got to have with somebody about this whole HIV thing. And it's the deal breaker. Even if you're safe, some people just don't want no part of it. And it's just a constant thing. You got to work on it every single day. And anybody living with HIV will tell you the same thing. They try not to be conscious of it. We try just to go on with our lives. It doesn't define us, but we live with it every single day. And to have that in your mind, constantly knowing if you do this or you do that, you got to be really careful. And, it's just difficult. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to be close to people. And it's very difficult you're remembering it every single day. Maybe for a second, maybe not really that long, but it's there every single day. When you take that pill, you remember every day. Ooh, yeah, can't forget that pill. Forget that pill. I'm not going to be undetectable. I'm going to be detectable. Yeah, it's just, it stays with you. Doing this documentary gives me a voice. Unless somebody does, like you did, a documentary of it, nobody really realizes how insane it was.
What do you mean, what I do to Chandler? What?
was until you actually spell it out in 90 some odd minutes.
Thank you to all of my patrons who've helped make this documentary possible. I've spent...
What do you mean, what'd I do to Chandler? What happened to me? What'd I do? Damn it. Alright, so I got that. Now I just need the corgi and the cat. Oh. Oh, what? The fuck is this? What? Oh, I'm dumb. Lol. Tiny rainbow. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, I already have that. Damn it. Rainbow shiny cat, I saw that. I don't believe you, Leah. I don't think one book is enough. I don't believe you. The reason I don't believe you is for the fact, why the fuck would there be a book that they sold that gives what is it? It gives 150% chance to get a shiny. If only one regular shiny book works. Checkmate, atheist. Checkmate, bitch. Skill issue? Yeah, got a brain issue. Corgi, please. Damn it! Got a skill difference, like in your head, because you were dumb as fuck. Do I have a rainbow or shiny corgi? No, I don't. Yo, mama. Chen of 4. Wait, Rainbow Cat? Did that say Rainbow Cat? Game, please. Please, game. Corgi. Shiny. Fuck him. Bitch! Possible loot. Okay, it's not done. God damn it. God damn it. Rewards drop every 5,000 likes. Yo, can we get some more likes for this fucking team? There we go. Boom. Shake-a-lake-a. Alright. What's this egg? Wow, 3 different ones. Gee willikers. Really low amount. I guess people don't go for these. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, let me see real quick. Oh wait, what? Oh, whoops. I need to start taking this off then. Also this. Finish? Yep. Time for the next area. Critical hit, loot bags, break those, good. That one's gonna be there a while. Oh, there we go. Saw it. Alright. Do. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. So we already got it. So now golden. Still gotta get the dog, and then rainbow. Alright. Damn it. Oh wait, no, that's... Alright, cool. Damn it. Why'd I do that? Wait, no. Right here. I wish I could see the index easier instead of having to run over there every fucking time. Alright, cool, got that. So now we just need the chip. Which I'm pretty sure if I go over here I can get quick. Damn it. Wait, was that even it? I don't think that was it. No. Damn it. If I go over to the index, will it tell me how many specifically of each one I have? Also, do luck egg or luck books, do those give what is it? Okay, cool, I got it. So then that's done, obviously that's done. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so now monkey. Oh, and bird. Hold on, check real quick. So, a monkey, elephant. Okay, cool. So I need all shinies. Bet, 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 bet. Bet, 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 bet. Alright, got all the big. Wait, no. Damn it. Is that really not? Okay. Let's start doing 20 before I go check. even have the elephant fucking thing? Oh, it ain't even there, so who cares? Where the fuck's the elephant from? Oh, it's right there. Duck, parrot. No parrot. Okay, time to go to the whistle. Whistle shit over here. I'm just getting unlucky. God damn. Yeah, I just got unlucky, I guess. Tragic. Alright, so parrot, give me a shiny. Fuck you. Monkey, give me a shiny. Fuck you. Ducky, give me a shiny. Fuck you. I don't care if you give me a shiny.